Ah. Come on. Come on, OBS. I checked this. I moved one thing. I moved one thing in one of my scenes, and OBS acted like Microsoft Word and moved like 14 things on me. Hello? Oh, it turned off the rim capture. It just hid it completely. There we go. Thank you for the meat suit maintenance. I'll appreciate it. Alrighty. Hooey. That was a bit of a mad scramble. Let's turn this fan off. Alright, let me know if you can hear my AC, please. I have it turned down more from last time, so hopefully it won't be as much of an issue. But if it's still a problem, please let me know. But, okay, so this is a bundled price for our meat suit maintenance, which includes all of our different pieces of meat suit maintenance, as well as an extra special stretch. But, hiya! My name's ILN. Forgive the captions, I did change them just a little bit, but they do seem to be working better, so I'm kind of happy about it. But yeah, we are back. We are with RimWorld. Back to the Ark is the idea. Well, let's go ahead and get our meat suit maintenance in here. I gotta get back up out of my chair. We're gonna do our stretch. We're gonna find our toes. Let me put my headphones down. I want to be tethered to my microphone. Found them. Boop. There we go. Toes acquired. We're gonna fix our back cushion, so that way our posture is good when we sit back down. Which I shall do. Boop. There we go. Alrighty, and then we do an eyeball wipe, which I need to mark down when I put in these new contacts, because they're my last pair, and I need to get more. And that'll suck. I don't want to have to deal with glasses. That's what my avatar does. There we go, and then let's get some liquid. Check. Alrighty. Good job on first. Welcome on in, stray child. Okay, let's actually load this and see what we're doing. Monday was a little bit different, a little bit chaos, a little bit nonsense. I gotta blow my nose. Insert honking noise here. Okay. So, if I recall correctly, last time we got ourselves the alligators and the bullfrogs. Those are already back on our main base. Our grav ship is ready to leave whenever, which I think, if I recall from what Pineapple was saying before, we are reaching Cass's spicy range. We are waiting for this ghoul to get up from their xenogerm coma because they are getting hungry and no one wants to feed them, apparently. And then I think we're going to put Krilltic down for the next genetics implant. But these folks should be good to go pretty much whenever. I have some stuff procced up. We're changing out a little bit of the power here because of where we ended up putting the solar generator to actually give us access to this room. That's looking good. I'm getting them to paint the walls that are basically going to be permanent, based on our grav ship designs that I did earlier. So I think this crew is good. Brat just has to move like a couple little things. I want to try to put another in the processor here. I'm gonna get these built out so we can put another gene bank here because we are beginning to run out of room. We're not out, but we're running. All right, now back to this crew. I think I was getting ready for Aya to go on a trade because we are getting low on Archite capsules. Yeah, we've only got 11 in here, and our gene packs that we're doing are ranging around 3 or 5 per. So that means we either have enough for 2 or maybe 3. If we're looking at thinner ones, so to speak. Now somebody did a chronophagy. Did I reinstall the thing? Looks like I did. Cool. Okay, we've got most of this rearranged. I'm gonna build out a little bit more in there. So this is a little better spacing. I think there might have been a wedding ceremony going on. We also need to do another tree ceremony. I also changed our light colors in some places. So they're color coded a little. Nothing drastic, but let's go ahead and unpause. We're getting a little bit of our trap tunnel retrofitted. Because I think, yeah, people are going for a wedding, so most of this is going to be the construction bot for the first little bit. But that's okay. I think we're also going to, yeah, we're going to move this table so that it's like this way. So that way we can have a little bit more space around it, get another chair in there. Because we still have some people who are standing after we do weddings. We're also slowly getting Bach up in the royals, but that means we need another bedroom. So we're gonna move the scanner out of here. Now, what are the rules on the bedroom? Can I still have the proximity detector in here, or is that gonna give me a problem? Because if that's gonna give me a problem, I would like to know. Let me check. Maybe it's in our requirements here. Baron? Okay. No anomaly buildings allowed in the throne room. Or in the bedroom. Okay. So, we might need to move the proximity detector, which is unfortunate. Because look at it. It's so perfect. It's so pretty. That makes me sad. Alright, yeah, we got Ramondo getting some of this stuff built. Or rather, unbuilt. Because nobody was doing this because nobody was allowed, so I manualed her. There we go. Away! Normie and Neo! Mowage! Where did our construction bot go? Hello, buddy. All the way over where? To build roof? Really? I wish I could micro the bot. Oh well. Okay, Brett has switched here. Let's get these hauled. We need to put in some more sterile tile. Ooh, we are down on silver. Didn't think about that. Fair enough. Okay, is this actually sludge? It is. Okay, he'll remove that at least. Okay. That'll be good. How are we doing on these folks? Oh, our ghoul is up and out. How you doing, buddy? Perfect. Also, perfect. Okay. Kriltic is building stuff. Beautiful. Alrighty. Think we need to go on a little shopping spree with this crew too, but we'll see. Can you haul these? Thanks. Preach. Alright, I know you want to play horseshoes, but how about you get a Xenoderm implantation? Your recreation will be a nap. Alright, Oh, Tumbleweed, I do so hate to interrupt, but we'll do that after. There goes the marriage. And how's that construction bot doing? It has moved on. To what? Who knows? How's Brat? Switch to some recreational activities, fair enough. Starvation? Let me guess, it's one of the moms. Yep. Silly, silly, silly. There's a construction bot. Go, buddy, go. Okay. So for a second there I lost power, but no, that's just the sun lamp going out. It's supposed to do that. Alright. There we go. Implantation beginning. Get some nice, tasty genetics on our crew. Let's do a wildlife check. These are all looking pretty good. I don't need to worry too much about the small game, I think. That looks good, though. Nice. Oh yeah, the random chickens that Cass decided we needed. Thanks. Some days, Cass is very silly. Okay, that looks good. You've switched to block cutting. Interesting. Suppose your crafting is pretty high. Are you done the Xenogerm? No, you're not. You're just being weird. Suppose you moved this, though. Make another assembler. There we go. Ah, heat weakness and thin body. I don't know as if we really want either of those. That might be a cell, I think. Pretty sure it was a meh. There's not much sense in putting in heat weakness. Well, we don't have it. It would complete a set. We have cold weakness, so let's do that. We'll go ahead and bank that. Okay. We'll grab somebody real quick just to bank this. Thank you. Alright. Starvation, a Teemo. Silly pawns. Oh, but I've forgotten all the chaos. We are still continuing our fundraiser from before. So we have discounts on subs. We still have the sound alerts up for the bits. And all that fun stuff. But if you'd like to support directly, you can also check out the link. That will go directly to my throne for fundraising. We're focusing mostly on the boom arm. Because the one that I currently use is very graciously lent to me by my brother Dragonfruit. And every Wednesday after stream, aka today, I have to give it back. Arm and all. So I have no way of keeping a consistent setup, which is very annoying. So I would really like to get my own arm, if at all possible. So at least then I'm just switching out the microphone, you know? And that's not as bad. Could get a secondary cord. Get that all sorted out. Okay. I'm gonna be a pill and get you to start working on the new walls, please. Thank you. No, work on this, please. Thank you. I'm gonna micro you because you're not doing the thing. Where is everybody else? Looking good. Okay. I'm mostly sorted there. Take a look, see at this. There we go. Kriltic now is a Kriltazoid. Perfect. Looks good. Nice, nice. Storm's getting this stuff done. Alright, now I still want this disconnected. Shoot. We don't have a whole lot of power to be messing with, so. Okay. Then I want fire foam popper moved here. Please and thanks. There we go. Nice. So then the battery will go here. Da-da-da-da. Perfect. Okay, back to Brat. How we doing, buddy? Just hauling some stuff around. Going back to the Xenogerm. Nice. Alright. Looking good in here. How are we making out? Please actually put uranium on the walls. Thank you. One problem with having a lot of your people being production specialists. They don't want to move stuff. Oh gosh, we're getting a surgery done there. Sorry, bud. I'm clean, thank you. People are working on some surgeries. We need this clean. You. There we go. Alright, are you someone I can get to haul things? You are. Get these out of here. Hello, small child. Oh, you don't want to read books anymore? Sad face. I love it when they want to read books. Alright. Keep on cleaning. There we go. Nice. Okay. Good, good, good. Thank you. Alright, I do need to do another linking. Oh, a couple people are down for surgery, so we'll wait a minute for that. Whee! Alright. Looks good. Mac's new at this. Not newest of new, but still a little new. There we go. Thanks, bud. Alright, that's looking good. We're getting these built. Very nice, very nice. Alright, where did Rage go? Okay, she's building a wall. Good, good, good. I think I might start microing her on this, though. We can get this table switched around. Go. Alright, how you doing? Still doing good? How's this crew doing? A-okay.
Hiya, Saturn. Welcome on in.
Who's on art in here? Anybody? Storm is, but it's like the last thing they do. You know what? Let's proc it up a little for now. I want to get that stuff painted. Alright. Looking good. Surgery failed on Shadows. No! What surgery failed? Installing an eyeball? Oof. Somebody rolled a 1. And let me guess. Destroyed the eyeball? No bionic eye for you, I guess, bud. Yeah, we're gonna get that tended right away. Thanks. Let's get this clean here. Thankfully they're in the hospital with all the good meds, you know. We actually running low on Glitter World? Let me see here. Oh no, we are not. They're just here. Not here? Where's the Glitter World? Here? Unacceptable. No, Glitter World should be in here at all times. Once you're done that, bud, we're gonna get you to haul the Glitter World, please. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Clean this hospital some more. You're not done tending him. Oh wait, no, there's the icon. Okay, fully tended. Good. Oh yeah. Silly ponds. Happy baby. Okay, cool. I was microwing rage to. Oh, I don't want to build a new one. Oh gosh, I did that wrong. This is a reinstall, folks. There. My bad. How many times I've tried to move something and instead made a new one is ridiculous. Alright. Back to what we were doing before I was ridiculous. Thanks, Pastaya. Propped that up wrong. Hello, autosave. Alright. We're gonna rotate this way. And then we're gonna need another chair. We are a little low on wood, I see. Ooh, nice 5-stream watch streak. Oh yes, that was one thing that I decided to do, is set up a growing area for trees. Now, can anybody reach that? They can if they're on work area. Are the planting mechs on work area? They are not. Okay. Let's switch this to that. We'll set the planting mechs on work area. There we go. Barrymore can walk again. Woo! Good job, buddy. Alright. What do you still need? You've got a sterilizing stomach. You've got 2 detox. You've got an arm and a leg. You do need another leg. Okay, install bionic leg, the other leg. Anyone with a field hand, I want to try to give another leg. Alright. So we'll proc that up. Alright. Are you actually, like, under? You are? Okay. So are you. Good. Alright. I want to make sure they're actually, like, under anesthetic, and that's why no one's, you know, done anything with them. Okay, what is this saying it needs to go to? Excellent? I have a hard time telling. I'm not used to having quality builder, so it's tricky to tell. That's what I want. There we go. Tricky to tell what increment it's at, because I'm just new to it. There we go. Let's get this wall. Thank you. And then we might be good to expand. But I wanted to get all of these situated back to being uranium in here, because this is our tighter section. Okay. Alright. Kind of wish I could put light in here, but it's a waste of power. Let's get you to work on this wall, buddy. Thank you. That way you won't literally walk right in the middle of someone else trying to build a chair.
Hello, White Sugar. Please clean. Thank you.
Right. All looking good. Okay. Still A-okay in here. Just working away. Look at this. Look at that genetics lab.
It's adorable.
Alright. We've got a gene pack for Neomore. Ooh, a masterwork dining chair. Good job, honey. I am impressed. Masterwork means this color. Boop. Easy boop. Alright. Might actually want to change this out. But we'll get that painted first. If you wouldn't mind, Pineapple. I require color coding on my increments. Oh boy, look at all them bodies. Thanks. Thank you. friendlies we had in the grave, we might as well feed them to the trees. Right. Spieler can walk again. Woo! Now I need to wait till Nether can walk again. And then we can be up and about. Let's just double check. How you doing, Spieler? All done, except we do still need to get you theoretically a Mechaniter thing. Alright. Nether. By recruitment on Lurk. Nice. Nether, what do you need? You're actually done. Yeah, you're done. You've got aesthetics on, so off that icon goes. And all this stuff in this kid. Alright, what do we have here? Detox lung, bionic leg, aesthetic nose. What are you in for? Sterilizing stomach by the looks of it. You need the shaper still. You're not gonna get the nose because you've got a gastroanalyzer. Kelp's blowing his nose outside my door again. Is there somebody who has like one? What is it? Which one is it? Detox lung? Alright. I'm gonna scroll through here and excuse the screen jumping, but I want to see if there's just like one person missing just a lung. I've got everything pretty well like procced up. If they need something, it should be in here. That person just needs aesthetics. They just need a bionic eye in aesthetics. Maybe we'll hold off on the eye surgery considering our last attempt. You need both. You have both detox. You need the shaper, you need both. You need a leg. You need both. You need both. You've got both. You need both. You've got both. You've got both. You've got both. You have neither. You need both. You need both. You need both. Ooh, I knew it. Nope, you got both. I went too soon. You need both. You need both. You literally just need one aesthetic and you're done. Because you got the gastroanalyzer, so you don't need the nose. You need both. You have both. You need both. You are children. We're not installing bionics in the babies. They're a little too fresh. There's probably another adjective I could have used there, but that's the one that came out. It looks like everybody pretty much that I've put detox stuff in, I was doing it in pairs, so nobody needs just one lung. Fair enough. And we'll just have to wait for the other one to be done. Alright, I think the other thing I want to do here is, let me check the storage again in here. Let's take blue meds off, because I really want blue meds and Glitter World to be in the right places, please. Like, I don't mind the herbal meds being somewhere. We have so much freaking herbal meds. It's kind of disgusting. Alright, how we doing here? Someone just left a little hunk of uranium there for funsies, I guess? Fennec Fox, hi! Have fun. This map is chaos. I wish you well. Okay. New lovers! David and Demoness. Ooh. Alright, we gotta make sure we pin that for the spreadsheet. Which, I don't know if I ever actually announced it, but I added spreadsheet emotes. So now you can also express your love of spreadsheets with me. Spreadsheets! There we go. Alright, we can go ahead and proc that off. I just want to make sure that our... excuse me. Our natural meditation pawns are done being woozy before we do the tree ceremony. Because they might be, might interrupt the ceremony if one of them starts, barfing in the middle of it. As you do. Alright, let's go ahead and build the roof here. We're gonna shrink this zone like so. Spreadsheets! There we go. Okay. Looking good. Alright. Couple more things to be made. We're looking A-okay. Now, we were talking about possibly maybe sending another ghoul with the grav ship crew. Because we really only need 3 on the main map. They're doing pretty decent for the purposes of having enough meat. Eat that. What's that? A tiny little piece of another animal? Oh no, see, that's exactly why... Oh, in the prison, buddy? Oh. My condolences. Just make sure you can be out, like you can leave, bud. Why are you taking the baby to play with them at the open door to the prison? Okay, sure. Get them to meet new people, I guess. Oh, bless your heart, Shadows. You were so beat up. You almost lost your eyeball. How is that doing, by the way? Okay, getting better. Okay. Starvation? What? You're literally in the middle of getting a sandwich. It's fine. What did we get here? Ooh, just Warcall! Oh, that's awesome. We have Warcall combined with something else. I want... Yes! Warcall by itself! Beautiful! Oh, small child, why are you in the freezer? I don't know. I guess you just like hanging out in the freezer sometimes. I ain't gonna judge. I mean, I'm judging a little. Judging a little. Okay, alligators are a predator, but I want to get them through another cycle before we crypto sleep them. The other option is penguins. Do we have any penguin eggs, I guess is the question. No. They're not hanging out enough together. Alright, we can allow this to be built now. There we go. How's Alistar doing? Still wandering around in a daze. Poor buddy. No, just, you're right there. Just finished it. Spieler and Neo! Da-da-da-da! See, I installed aesthetics. I made people hot. RimWorld. There we go. Now we want to make sure we keep this roof up. Like so. Okay, and double check that this is all in work area. Yes, indeedy. Okay. Now, there's a good possibility that the Thrumbos will just probably eat whatever trees we make here, but for this purposes, we will make trees. And I looked up the way that you do it so that you can just get the actual, amount of trees for your planting. Because if you just make this square and just let them do whatever, they'll plant them wherever. But similar to Stardew Valley, they need to be a certain amount of part. There's a lot of masterwork chairs at this table, but I kind of wish were here. Ooh, okay, we might need to do some shenanigans here. Is Lenzar up and about? Yes, you are. Alright. We're gonna pull some shenanigans. People might be a little cranky, but it will be fine. It's better to have the better table right next to the, wedding venue. Because it gets a lot of use. Boop. Alright. Work on this table, please. Thank you. And then we can probably uninstall these two as well. I think I saw three chairs there that are sorted. We can get a lot more of our masterwork stuff in this spot. Poor Alistar. He's had a bad day. No, don't do that. Just don't. Just don't. Don't take him anywheres. Just don't. Alright. Instead, we are going to grab these ones. Plunk. And you. And this is why we color code them. You. There we go. A marriage between Blue and Carrie. Doll. They have proposed. Alright. Don't move that yet. Alright. There we go. Looking good. Okay, we need to now grab this one to reinstall here. Alright, get you on this one. Yep. There we go. Come along. Once we've moved that chair, we can now put this chair here. Oh, did I... I selected the wrong thing. There we go. Cancel. That was a build copy again. I did it again! There we go. Ta-da-da. Okay. Alright. How is this section going now? Almost. Plunk. And then this one. Go here. Plunk. Yes, where'd that table end up? And get that installed as well. Plunk. Allow. Allow. Masterwork bearskin corset. That sounds fun, actually. Okay, that's looking good. And we need to get this uninstalled. Yep. Alright. Give this a quick clean, because somebody's cooking.
And it's unacceptable.
Don't freeze, kid. I mean, I know you're part Itakeen, so you're probably okay, but don't freeze yourself drawing pictures in the freezer. I'm glad you're making our freezer prettier. Appreciate it, kid. Alright, then we want this guy. Here. That's looking good. Okay. No, just, yeah, just clean for a second there. We'll handle that chair in just a minute. Just a minute. Give us a second. Wow, Alistar's having a rough time. Still just wandering about. Welcome back to reality, bud. How you doing? There's still 14 hours left. Okay. How is this going? Pretty good. Let's get a clean in here, though. Thank you. Okay, that looks good. How are we doing in here? Xenogerm has been completed! Da 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 da! Alright, then you know what? Let's turn this power off. It's been a hot minute. Should still have this set up correctly. You might be connected to the wrong power source. You are, okay. Come on, buddy. Reconnect. There we go. Thank you for the bits, Atimo. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Even if my captions doesn't know what it's talking about, I appreciate the bits.
And welcome on in. Hiya.
There we go. I've started to figure out how to use the power switch circuits. I like them now. I won't use them for most things, but I like it for that. Okay, I don't like the fact that you're putting stuff on these chairs, so I'm gonna fix that. Thank you. Alright, Brat is fine. Gravship crew looks good. Okay, looks like everything's all painted, just about. Oh, Storm's still working on a few. Perfect. Alright, how are we doing over here with the great chair switcheroo? Okay, we can allow this one now. And install it here. Aha! I knew there were some more spots that were masterwork. Okay, so these can now be uninstalled. There we go. Alright. Now, Nether and Alice... Nether was the main one, I think, who still needs to sober up, so to speak, from the anesthesia. Although it looks like he's over there meditating anyways, so maybe we should just go ahead and do it. Ooh, inspired surgery on Rage? Do you even surgeon? No. Boy howdy, do I have a great idea how to cut into a body and replace their kidney. Do you know how to hold a scalpel? What's a scalpel? Oh. Okay, that looks good. Alright, those are forbidden. Let's go and grab these. Whee! We're gonna install you here. All the way up again. Too far. Whee! And you. Boop. We will have an entirely masterwork dining area. Ah ha ha ha. There we go. Yeah, everything in here is just excellent. I mean, I say just excellent. Aw. We're running into berry problems again. Okay. Oh, pollution retaliation. Why am I not surprised? Okay. 93 humans. Oh boy. They're a little close to some of them thrombos. Okay. I finally get to use this. Because we're gonna shrink the thrombos for a moment here. We're gonna switch you to pet inside. All the mega sloths are gonna go to area 1. All the rhinos are gonna go to area 1. Alligators are already on area 1, so that's perfect. Alright. Let's go by a loud area for a moment. We want you on pet inside. Area 1 is fine. All of these go on pet inside. Pet inside, pet inside. Pet inside. This is so fast in comparison. I love it. Area 1 is fine. Home is basically anyone who's in a crypto sleep casket. Okay, just the thrombos now, which is the only one I still have to do manually because there's too much difference between the regular thrombos and the made thrombos. Yeah, I kind of said I might end up regretting the yeeting, but we do what we can. All right, everybody in. I have to make sure the Bobots are also in, so I put a couple of them on work area. Okay. All the people, Max, make sure you're set to inside, please. Get on in, folks. All right. draft you for a second. You have skip. Perfect. Okay. We're going to get these thrombos out of here. Oh, I can't skip the thrombos. They're too large. Fudge. Okay. Fair enough, bud. Just go in. Alright, now we have the fun little bit of the animals don't want to move. Back inside, please. There you go. One, and you go. We need to put some pep in your step, please. Come on. Thank you. Let's go, folks. We ain't got time for this. Go. Alright. I'm finding that putting them on mech dump and then back to area 1 gets them a little bit faster. Oh. They're impids. Oh dear. Boy. Okay. This could get spicy. Okay. Come on. You need to get in. There we go. Go, go, go. Alright. Start blocking off some of these doors. Now, where are our ghouls? Alright, ghouls. Boys and ghouls. Disallow these doors. Oh, where's our druid? They're dryads. Okay. Dryads are currently safe. Okay. Disallow this door. Disallow this door. Disallow these doors. Okay. That should be a good start for us. Let's get our ghouls and get them here. Alright, where are you going, bud? Come on. You're not one of mine, so I don't care about you. You're coming in. Alright, we're going to disallow this door. Here, I need a little pep in your step, buddy. No! Sad face. Alas. Mega Sloth baby. Didn't get inside fast enough. Should be fine for the purposes. Yeah, we're totally fine. No worries about pairs. It's just a bummer. Alright, okay. Close these. Close these. Alright, that Mega Sloth is in. That looks good. Alright. Let's get these doors forbidden. These ones forbidden. I kind of need you to move a little bit faster here, bud. Thank you. Who else? I need them in so that they will stop drawing aggro. Okay. Thank you. In. Alright, Mega Sloth is just coming inside now. There we go. We can now block off this door. Alright, now, this door also needs to be blocked off. Okay. These ones. Alright, that should be all of our doors done. Unfortunately, they did switch to the walls a little. There's not much we can do about that. Hey! Well, they're breach axes. Oh shoot, is this a breach raid? No, it's a pollution retaliation. Why are they doing that? Where's Aya? She our closest sidecaster? Yes, they must pay, but I have a feeling they're gonna break in here. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, SBO, do you have a wall raise? You do. All right. Okay. Come on over here, bud. So they should be able to start targeting the ghouls, because I've got them in here. Saturn, bud, you kind of need to get out of here. Thanks. Alright. Okay, we're gonna have problems. Oh, we're gonna have problems. Because it looks like the rest might be going around. But these ones with breach axes are coming in here. Of course they have to go into this area. Of course they have to go into this area. Why would they go anywhere else? I really wish I could do it here. That would be like the best amount of wall to put there. Oh boy, okay. We need some more melee folks, and we need them stat, please. Alright. Draft up, folks. Get your booties over here. We're gonna have problems. Alright. Okay. Well, they're still going on these outer ones. Ah, puppy, I don't like where you're going. Okay, let's go here. Okay. That's pretty fast. I'll give it that. I know what I need to do. Okay, David. SPO, do you have invis? You do. Make David invisible. Okay. Yep, we're gonna get... Oh no, it's so cranky! There's something invisible here! I wonder what it is! Derp. Jaylee. Skip David here. We're gonna allow this door again for a second. Alright, David, out. Invisible's not gonna last very long, but we're gonna take it. Alright, let's get you up here. Okay. Who else has a wall raise they can do? Jaylee does. Okay. Come here. Keep them coming. Come on. Over this way. Alright. How much longer are you invisible for? 11 seconds. I just need to get you around the corner. Thank you. Alright. Where is... Berserk Pulse? This looks like a good number of people. And... boop. Bye! Have fun. Okay, SBO is gonna go right here. Demoness is gonna go here. You're gonna go here. Come on, folks. Okay, there's our 1 minute warning on the ad break. Okay, are they beating up the walls anywhere else, or is it literally just this one spot? Okay, some of them have started going around to the ghouls. So, let's switcheroo here. How are you doing here, Aya? Alright, we're gonna need to get you out here, please. Okay, since we're gonna need to pause, I'm gonna do a bunch of orders in the same time frame. So let's switch our screen here. So, as always, we take a pause during the ads because we understand that not everybody has the means to support the channel with subs in the link, although if you are thinking about it, there are discounts on right now. But in the meantime, totally get it, totally understand, don't want you to put yourself out, so we pause during the ads so that you don't miss out on too much. So in this case, we're going to be doing a bunch of orders on getting people at standing ready for the guns. We can go pretty much straight over to pineapple. Alright, nobody is eating. Good, let's go. We'll get them ordered there. Look at that, most of that line covered. Jaylee, I do kind of need you over here, please. David, how many seconds do you have left? 6? Okay. I can get you back up over here and we could do another Berserk Pulse. That would be amazing. Let's get you over here. Make sure we got our melee folk in here. Good. Blue is just standing around being silly. It looks like we're pretty well covered melee-wise. So in that case, let's get you here. Okay, Nether, I'm gonna draft you. We could use some covering fire. Get you here, Tigger here. Spieler, we're also gonna grab you, get you here. Alright, Lenzar, boop, come on down. Vintage, same thing, come on over. Okay, I think I need another wall here because we're gonna have problems with the animals trying to get out, actually, is gonna be a big problem. Ooh, okay. You have wall raise. Wall raise here. Well, actually, let's get you here. And then wall raise there, so Danbot has a chance to move out of the way. Blue's going that way. King Cam's coming here. Actually, King Cam, if you wouldn't mind, let's actually get you down here. Alright. Looking good. Where is Simple going? On the line. Perfect. Alright, who's another person who has wall raise? Probably just the SBO. Okay, so SBO, we're gonna pull off your limiter. You're gonna be a little cranky, but we're gonna wall this here. Okay, this is gonna be spicy, but it's gonna keep it so that our melee folks here are the only ones that they can reach, and it's gonna keep our animals inside. I think that's gonna be our best bet. Yep, so we're gonna get David up there, and then we'll get him to do another AoE. Brony Bud. Are any of these people beating on? Looks like they're mostly just milling about, so that's good. It's this wall here that's gonna go. Okay, so I'm glad I've got SBO just doing this one. The Berserk was great because it got them to use a bunch of their fire, which I would really like to not have fire in our grass and dandelions. Thanks. Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, Doc, hey, how you doing, bud? Let's get your booty over here, thanks. Welcome back from the ads, folks. So I've done a bunch of orders. We are going to get some wall raises in here to seal off this opening. It will make it so that the only people they can reach are going to be our melee folks, which is a little spicy, but it's going to mean our animals aren't going to run away. And that's important. So let's switch our screen back. And let's see how this goes, because this is going to be... Okay. I know, bud. There we go. Alright. Okay, let's get you to over here. Close. There, like, stop it. I really don't want to go in that spot. I guess I must have put somebody there. Fair enough. Like so. That works. Close enough. We'll figure it out. Okay. David. If I can get off another Berserk Pulse, please, that would be excellent. Yep, do more of that. Thank you. Come on down. Alright. Oh, good. We distracted them. I mean, that means our people are a little trapped, but it's fine. In you go, David. Come on. Oh, I didn't actually tell you to go in. My bad. Boop. Okay. Well, they're having a fun little time fighting each other. That worked out pretty good. Alright. David is pretty much out. Okay. I don't actually want this one dug. That was my bad, bud. I want this one dug. Thank you for trying to help, bud. I do appreciate it. Did I actually get most of the... Not all of them. We still have a couple. Just this one, maybe? Still in Breach Axe mode. Yeah, we have a couple. Still breaching. Still breaching. Okay, Alright, how's the rest of this looking, though? Get you down here, please. Alright. Okay, do I need to beat up my own wall to let these two out? I might. Speaking of, any war calls? What are you? A badger! Yes! Fight the badger! Have fun. Alright, here they go. Okay, what do you have enough left for? Focus, Nero Quake, a stun. Nothing great, sure enough. Alright. She's gonna be spicy! Ah, we're on fire! Extinguish! Quick! Put SBO out! There we go. Good. Thanks, bud. Okay. And more fire. Gee, thanks. Alright. SBO. Okay, I'd really like you to get down enough we could do another... How much heat gain is that? 65? Whew. A lot. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna leave it for now. Yep, fire, fire. Sure. I do kind of wish they'd used up more of their fire, but hey. Oh, I do have access to skip. See, the problem is that they're not coming in this way, so these people are just kind of stuck. Where is somebody I can definitely grab from mining? Nobody here. Alright. They're starting to come around to the traps. Not much, but they're starting. Let's grab these folks because they're extra line, and let's bring them over here. Okay. Alright. Are you on fire? Oh, but you can extinguish. Okay, cool. It's fine. Extinguish SBO. Okay. How is SBO doing? It's just a couple burns and a couple cracks. Nothing actually major. That's good. Alright, we're getting down. Okay. This is turning interesting. The problem is I haven't gotten all the people with the breach axes yet. Can I skip you here? Okay. Alright, he's extinguished. Let's move you out of the way for a second. Come on, bud. Alright. Let's get... You have a breach axe. I can't bring you close enough yet. Almost, though. Alright. Go here, please. Alright. Please punch that guy. Alright, you know what? Cancel this. I know it's my own wall, but I need to get these folks into action. Okay.
Why is it so spicy? Why is it spicy?
Okay. I could do a little water skip here. Yes, please. Please extinguish your friend. Little bit of the windy background noise? Okay, good to know. Thank you, Pineapple. Alright. I would really like you to water skip yourself. I know you're stunned. You're having a second. Extinguish, please. Can we please? Okay. I had to get through the fire to do this. But...
It's so spicy, I don't like it.
Extinguish your friend. I really need you to get this water skip off, bud. Extinguish SBO. Oh, mangled eye scar. Dang it. Okay. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. It's not fine. Come on, please get off the water skip. Oh, inspired trade on Raven. Cool. This is so messy. For the love of all that is sweet and crunchy, please. Thank you. Oh my word. Okay, Espio. Finally put some of this fire out, okay. Come on out here, help. This is such a mess.
I don't like it.
Okay, where is Raven in here? Raven is not doing great. Oh, this is so bad. Come on, get them out. Come on, Espio. Thank you. Raven, run. Come on. Why are you just wandering? You on fire? You're in the rain. Oh my word. Fudge. Okay, come on, David. Come here. Yes, please, please extinguish Raven. Alright. Raven, get in. David, back out. Alright, what is happening over here? I lost track. Okay. SPO. How are we doing here? I'll use another water skip. Go here, please. No! How did this... No, it got opened! I'm a dumb butt! Oh, no. Nope, nope. No, I am scum. I am scum. I refuse. I'm not playing on commitment mode. On purpose. I was too scuffed. Okay, I've never actually dealt with a pollution retaliation raid before. I didn't realize they actually act like breachers. You need a completely different set of tactics to work with breachers. And it's very annoying.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Love that.
Great little view into the future. Peachy. Now, I am not done with this section right now. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, we'll redo that. It's fine. We're fine. No one is dying. Everything is okay. Teehee. I forgot that the people I was angering with the pollution drops were the impids. That's my bad. Little bit of silly on my part. Where did my other chairs go? I forgot to forbid the things, so they wandered off. Somebody took my chairs. Thank you. I don't like being on fire. Nothing happened, Brony. Everything is fine. No one is dying. No one is on fire. I definitely did not rewind time. We're good. How are you? We are all A-okay. Cheese. Oh, that was so spicy. Okay, if they come with breach actions, they're a breach raid. Elsa Prees. Okay. I didn't say they were a breach raid in my defense. Yeah, the problem was is we were trying, they came in here attacking these spots, and we were trying really hard to keep this sealed because they don't want the animals to run away. And then they got out anyways after we'd spent like a bunch of time desperately trying to hold them off with like 4 melee dudes. It was a bad time. Yep. We don't have enough vegetables on this map. There we go. Look at that. Oh, this looks familiar. They were going to, basically. They had busted in. In the wrong place for how I like things to happen. This is so much faster to zone them, though, I will say. I mean, should I have pre-zoned them because I knew this was coming? I was wondering if maybe it would roll different, but it did not roll any different. That's what I get for getting rid of just a few waste packs. Fair enough, game. I reap what I sow. Alright, and then pet inside, please. Alright. You. Let's zoom out here. Can I select more than one and mess with their zoning at the same time? I cannot. Okay. Alright, people. People all need to be inside. Whee! Okay, and then mechs all need to be inside. Okay, can I skip the baby mega sloth? Let's try. Alright, you're the closest thing, so we're gonna quickly put you on mech dump, then area 1, so you'll speed up. Same thing with you, we'll put you on mech dump, and then area 1, so you'll speed up. You on mech dump, then area 1, so you'll speed up. Can I skip the Mega Sloth baby? I can! Poof! Go in. Alright. Mech dump. Area 1. Mech dump. Area 1. Not the baby Thrumbo! Mech dump. Area 1. Alright. We're gonna start forbidding some doors so people don't go out. You. Forbid you, forbid you. You. Thumbelina, you kind of need to speed up a smidgen. A mech dump, then back on maiden side, please. Come on. Come on, folks. We got to hurry. Alright, now, I can do some Berserk Pulse shenanigans here. Let's really quickly draft Nether for a second, grab David. Let's skip David here. Alright, now we will undraft Nether. Away you go. Alright. Okay, you are going the wrong way, Thrumbo. No one's going in this door. Alright. Nani? Come on. Thank you. Keep going. Alright, you are going the wrong way. Area 1, please. Okay. Berserk Pulse. Right there, please. Thank you. Let's go. Give them a little something else to fight. You're going the wrong way. Get in. Alright. Okay, I will meet suit maintenance once I get some of this sorted. We are kind of in a crisis. Welcome on in, Spieler. I am trying desperately to have my animals not die, but they are being stupid. I don't want to go inside. Oh my word. Get in. Alright, disallow this door. Disallow this door. Okay, people still coming in that one. Alright, Dave? Area 1, please. Alright. I'm going to skip you here. Alright. No, get in, you dumb butt. In! Oh my word, Dave is an idiot. I'm sorry. Get in! Thank you. Great, wonderful. I'm so glad that that's a masterwork. Alright. Dave, for the love of all that is sweet and crunchy, please get inside. Anything. Yeah, this is a moment of, dang it, Dave! Get in! Oh my word. David is fine. He's doing the bait work here. Fine, Dave. You really want to die that bad? I'm not gonna argue with you. Fudge, Dave. Sideways with a spoon. Okay. Let's get you out here while we're still allowed. Quickly, let's start disallowing some of this stuff. Nope, don't deconstruct it, just disallow it. Okay. Okay, and disallow here, and disallow here. Anything else still coming in on this side? Nope, disallow. Okay, I mean, we may lose Dave, but that's his own fault. Alright. But David is a sidecaster. We can keep him at a range a little bit. Gee, I wonder if you should go inside, Dave. Yeah, dumb butt. Alright. No, what are you doing? Get in. You freaking animal. Now, Dave's not allowed out in through any of these doors, so he's just gonna have to deal. Alright, anything else I could do? I mean, I could blinding pulse these two. I'm like gathering all the melee folks, which is actually not bad. Okay, Aya's our fastest person. Pretty sure, short of putting somebody on Go Juice. So, let's get our ghouls in place. Get you out of that. Alright. We're gonna skip David a little bit further away. Oop. Hey, buddy. And Dave will be a lovely distraction. So long as somebody's outside, I bet you this is where Dave is heading, is these doors. Alright. Yeah, look at him run. Let's go this way. Yeah, he's getting distracted by Dave. Alright, so long as they're distracted by people. Fudge, they're not. Oh, it was probably when I skipped I lost aggro. Dang it. Welp. Why do they insist on going after this spot? Don't allow anybody in through here. Oh boy. Fudge. Yeah, that was a bad call. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay, you know what? I've already saved scummed once. Let's do it again. That was a misplay. And I know that they're coming. Because that doesn't seem to change. Okay, in the meantime, I'm gonna see if I can adjust the noise a little bit. Yeah, maybe.
It's getting a little spicy.
Okay, animals. Go by allowed area. I will say this is still a whole lot faster for changing everything over, and honestly, I could change the people. Right, the maintenance. Thank you very much for the reminder. I am very distracted. Alright, pet inside, please. To area 1 with you. Pet inside. Pet inside. Pet inside, pet inside, pet inside, pet inside, pet inside, pet inside. I've just got Zelda in my head apparently. Okay, the rest of the Thornbows. Whoop. At least this way they will meander their way in a little bit faster. Now, nobody is unrestricted for people, but let's go ahead and get the mechs in. Okay.
Hi, Amargosa. Welcome on in.
I believe it's random plus Spieler that lets you like roll for specific skills. I think that's what it's called. All right, I do need to do my meat suit maintenance. Yeah, it's a really good one to do. You can also in the filters you can like say I don't want anyone with like pyromaniac, and it'll just skip those people too. There's a lot of options for it. That's really handy just to speed up the rolling. Because it's like, you would have skipped this pawn anyways, so it just skips it for you. But this is our meat suit maintenance, where we do all of our different pieces of meat suit maintenance with an extra special stretch. So I am up out of my chair, and we're gonna find our toes. Boop. Found them. Alright. And then we fix our back cushion. So our posture is good when we sit back down. Now I'm going to see if I can fix my AC noise. There, I've at least got it blowing in a different direction, so hopefully, fingers crossed, that'll help. But we'll sit back down with our nice posture. And then we'll give ourselves a little eyeball wipe. There we go, and some liquid. Liquid. Close captions. Okay. Let's get our ears in here again. Let me know if that changed anything, Pineapple, for that weird sound. Oh good, you found it? Awesome. If you are interested in any of the mods that I have, I do have a lot. You can do !mods and it'll bring you to a collection on Steam that has all of the mods in the Steam workshop. Except for a couple which are just specifically on my Discord, which were made custom for us by Jaeger, which was awesome. That's how we got the suspicious sandwiches. I love it. Okay, what was I doing? Yes, we were trying to get these chairs sorted. I have resorted these chairs so many times now, but it's my own fault. Okay. The people getting inside doesn't seem to be a problem. It's the animals that are the issue. Yeah. Alright, Xenogerm is completed. Cool. We'll turn this off. So we're not really wasting any power. Oop. It does? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Pineapple. The main thing was I had my AC actually like aimed, the little like fans that point it actually aimed towards me, so I think it was blowing into the pop filter some. Which fair. Okay, I think that's all good there. Do we have any other Xenoderms we need to make? I suppose I should check that. We just did the Striker one, so we could get rid of that one. Yeah, confirm. Let's see about the Nether one. Could do that one. Suppose. Alright, we'll turn this back on then. And we'll get that one procced. Okay. Yeah, I think I hear less wind too. I can agree, Pineapple. Because I've got my headphones plugged into my microphone so I can hear myself when I'm talking. There we go. Boop. Okay, how's the rest of this doing? How are your needs, small child? Unfortunately, nothing I can help you with. Well, fair enough. Okay, let's start disallowing some of these doors so the dryads don't get outside. Boop. Look at you. Look at you. Get back in there. Yeah, stinker. Human. That's what I thought. Alright. What else would be good to disallow? Probably here. Yeah, we'll disallow that. Okay, those got moved. Let's go ahead and go here. Reinstall boop. And to you to reinstall here. And then we allow this and install it here. Maybe this will be the last time I will have to do this. You know what? Save. So tired. Okay, there we go. Alright, there was a little cleaning. Thank you. Alright. Let's go. Okay, let's just turn this off for now. Okay, good. We still got the animal war call. I was a little concerned for a second there. I'm like, wait, did we get the one we wanted? Oh no. We have non-violent by itself and awful animals by itself. Perfect. Okay. So we're actually gonna confirm unbank both of these. We'll go here. We're set to load. We want to go here. Genes. We like both of these, except. Okay, how is this loading going as well? Still working on it. Is it just because those things are gone? Those things are gone. Okay. So we will boop, boop, boop. Change that. Okay, these look good. You're not my Mega Sloth, so I don't care. Close the door. Okay, start closing some of these outer doors here. Disallow these two so they won't just go in between there. Okay. That looks good. Let's do another save here so I don't have to redo all of that again if we have to reload. One more time. Okay. If it's a breach raid, we kind of just need to pull them long enough to get everybody in a firing line and just gun them down. That's what we need to do. We can't wait for them to come to us. We can't rely on them going to the kill box. None of that stuff can be done. We'll allow you out in here, bud. Because if they lose Magro at any point, they're just like, oh, look, walls. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to these. Look, get inside, okay? I know they're not here yet, but I know they're going to be here. Get inside. Silly animals. Okay. Hey, you. Shoot. Slipper. Flip-flop. Yep, there goes that attack skill again. Demoness genes have finished regrowing. And here we go. It's go time, folks. People in. Oop. Alright, what is your move speed versus David's move speed? Actually, this could be really helpful. Your moving is 109, your moving is 120, yep. Okay, so... do you have any Go Juice on you? You do. Take Go Juice, buddy. We're gonna need this. I'm gonna draft you, then take the Go Juice. Alright, where are they? This side, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, third burns the charm. Sure. Yeah, that's the saying. I'm sure it is. I think I recall this. Okay, I do think I'm gonna have to pull Aya out a little early because she's gonna be closer. We'll get boop, these sealed. Alright, in folks. Alright. Oh, good job. Go Juice addiction. Woo! Just what we needed. Alright. Stop going in there. Stop going in there. Either get your butt in here. Thank you. Moveth thy butteth. Where are they going? What are they doing? Are they just going straight for a wall? They are. Okay. Okay, skip. Yourself here. You have an Insanity Lance. That could be really handy. Let's get you over here, please. Ooh. Where is Anitakeen? Atimo. Nope. What? Oh, I had to draft you first. I'm like, why can't I angry the Mega Sloth? There we go. Angry the Mega Sloth. Here you go, Weiss. Chew on this. Alright. Okay. Okie doke. We'll get Aya over here to help out so she can start doing this stuff. Alright, we can undraft you. Okay, where is the best spot to do a line? Probably over here. So let's do this. Alright, let's do this properly. Consuming a suspicious sandwich. Fair enough. By you, you're making a bionic. Don't care. Get your butt over here. Alright. Next, cleaning. Don't care, but. Also, butt. Buttocks. Posterior. I can't think of any other synonyms. Alright, sewing dandelions. You definitely have other things you could be doing. Sleeping? At least you don't need to eat, though. Come on down. Alright. You don't need to eat either. Away! Come here. You're just hauling? Okay. Hauling. Alright, just really quick, I'm gonna grab all these folks and undraft them. I'm gonna see if anyone's gonna go try to eat. Looks like no. Perfect, okay. So then, redraft. Get your booties down here. There we go. Okay, that's that set. Now let's go check our melee folk. How are you doing? Pretty good. But you. Okay, you need to take that waste pack where you're going first. I don't want that dropped in random place. Thank you. You know what? Have a snack. Just come on over here and have a little snacky.
Munch munch.
You're a little low. I don't like it. Okay. You are very low. Yeah, go eat. You are literally feeding a baby. You need to get up and eat. You're okay. There we go. Wake up. Wake up. Okay, so the ones who are drafted, aside from David, please. Come on down. Okay. Where is David going? I want to get him to about here. Okay. Now, let's get Aya here until she's a little more in range. We can do the invis, and then we can pull some serious shenanigans with her. Alright. No, that's my swan. No? No, it's not. It's not my swan. It just looked white because I wasn't zoomed out enough. Whew. That's okay. Minor panic attack. It's fine. Okay, disallow all of these. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Over here. Okay, we are going to Insanity Lance this melee guy. Have fun. There we go. Alright, we're going to invis her. Where's David doing? Okay. Right about there. Okay. Invisible, come on over here. I'll want the Berserk Pulse. We can get pretty close with all of this. Alright. David is kind of mostly here to make sure we hold aggro if we need to skip Aya out. So, alright, Demoness is now done. Let's get you over here, please. Alright. Come on down, honey. Yep. Lovely little masterwork stuff. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, where is your Berserk Pulse? Here. Alright, let's go that way. Alright. Don't fire it well, please. We're gonna Vertigo Pulse you. You're too close. Let's move out. There we go. Okay. Some lovely chaos. What else can we do for chaos here? How much more time do we have on that invisibility? 5 seconds. Okay. We have enough time for like maybe one more. Let's pop off. Ooh, that's a lot. A Vertigo Pulse there. Come on. Okay. And then she needs to beat the feet. If we go here, I should be able to duck her in fairly fast. We'll disallow this door, re-allow this door, and we'll get her in. I think that should work. If we need to, we could try to skip her if we have to. Alright. David still has line of sight. We're all good that way. Okay. Still collecting people. How's the rest of our folks doing? You're done whatever you were doing. Get your butt over here. What about you? You're still eating. You're still eating. You are doing what? Getting drafted. That's what. Alright, booty, over. Okay, the ghouls, right. Draft, please. Alright. I don't know how many are actually going to come this way, but we will prep nonetheless. Alright. Time to draft you, buddy. Let's go. Just allow this door, please. Where are you going? What are you doing? Go do something else. Go eat. You need a snack. Okay. Alright. How much more seconds? Ooh, 2 seconds. Okay. Food. Alright. It's gonna go over, but I need her skipped out of range. Yep. I know. Get her in. Let's go. And good. Alright, seal that off. Allow this. Okay. Over here. Okey-doke. So now they should be going after David. Hopefully. You're on fire. Are you actually beating on the wall? Fudge, they're on the wall again. Okay. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to do this. Out we go, folks. Out we go. Okay, David, let's get you in. Should do some more berserk pulsing if we can. Alright. Come on, buddy. And boop. Thank you. Now, are people outside? Yes, people are outside, so we can skip. Let's get David up here. Boom. Alright. Let's get you... We're gonna really quickly just allow these doors. I want to see which is the fastest door for them to come through to join up. So, everybody else, come on down. I'm pretty sure it ain't this one. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Alright. Okay, in here, who do we have that's melee? You and you. You. Alright. We'll get ourselves a lovely little line here. Alright. Okay. How we doing? Yep, okay. We're gonna have problems. Should have brought them out the other side. Okay, I wish I could just kind of like tell all of them to take Go Juice. I don't see a button though with this many people selected, which, you know, fair. About how many few do I have to take? Do I have to do it individually? Fudge that. Okay. Look. Gross. Alright, you know what? It's gonna have to be what it's gonna have to be. Okay. We're gonna remove... I said. Fine, I'll do it individually. I don't want the melee people for a moment. Okay. Let's get everybody... here. Okay, then we'll select the melee people. I need you here. Oh, this is probably not gonna go great, but we will do what we can. Alright. Up we get. Up we get. Up we get. Let's go, folks. Come on down. You need to get out of here. Should I... You know what? I will have to fix it later. But if this is where we're gonna have to fight, I want them out. Get out of there. Okay. Anybody else nearby that I could draft? Hello, Tigger. Mike, come here. Gonna take you a hot minute, I know. You're incapable of violence. You're very capable of violence. So are you. Alright, in fact, you have Skip. Get Raven here. Draft. Draft. Let's go, folks. Okay. Raven, let's go. Spieler. Come on down. Okay, Go, 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 go. Now, where is David still pulling any aggro? Unlikely, but we'll try. Okay. Thankfully, they're just shaving off our outer wall. We have a little bit of time. Captain, buddy, pal, friendo. Okay, really quickly, does anyone have a fire foam popper, actually? No. Cool. Okay. Get your butt over here. Alright. Oh, I drafted the Constructite. I don't want you. Don't go repair the wall, though. Oh, dear. Okay, Shadows, bud, you are so busted up. I'm clean. Alright. Okay, the Dryads could be an issue, but we will do what we can. Okay, form up, folks. You are going to be our front line today. Okay. Once that front line breaks, we'll probably want to pop our shield. Maybe go a little bit closer, though. We want to make sure we don't get friendly fire. Oop, foop. Okay. Come on down, folks. Demoness, come on here. Alright. Who had it? Oh, Normie has one. Go here, please. Or, yeah. That works. Alright. Okay, folks are coming in. Oh, here goes. Alright, where is... Oop! Shield. Good. In we go, please. Need you to stand here. Alright, SBO, we need you to move, and we need you here now. Spieler, let's grab you really quick. Let's teleport Bach. Here. Thank you. Alright. Nope, nope. Stop that. I don't want you to actually... The graves are causing problems. Alright. Okay. Should you get in the shield? Somebody who's long range. Where's David? Alright. Let's get David back in now that everybody's engaged in combat. Get you down here, bud. No, this way, please. In here. Thank you. Okay. Spieler. A little closer, please. Anybody else in here who's a caster? No, Spieler's our closest caster. Okay. In that case, do you have water skip? You do. Skip it. Thank you. Alright, keep you going. Come on, over. And you over here. Make sure you're coming into... You're all ranged people. Make sure you're getting in the shield. Ranged people into the shield. Okay, actually, Nether. Let's get a little cheese in here, please. Skip blue over. Thank you. Keep on trucking. Alright, Jay Lee, can you skip King Cam in here, please? Thank you. Now skip yourself. Or actually, do another water skip here, please. Thank you. Alright. Into the shield. Spieler also in, please. Prophet in. Make sure everybody's going into the shield for as long as it lasts anyways. Okay. Skip has been done. Now we'll just do a regular skip. Get you over here. Boop. Alright. Another water skip, please. You in here. SBO, how we doing? You're really close. Let's get a nice, tasty little Berserk Pulse in there. Oh, hello, ad. Well, I missed that for snoozing. Sorry, folks. But that's okay. We are in our intermission. We are paused. Actually, this is when I'm supposed to take my break. Okay. I got so lost. So off track. Okay, my bad. Do 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 do. Here we go. Yeah, I need to go take my break. I'll go. I'm going. Nope, nope. We have a hype train! Spreadsheets! Yay! Thank you for the gift subs! I appreciate it! I know we're on ads and I know no one can hear me, but Thank you for the gift subs! Alright, we have a hype train! If you would like to donate even just 100 bits, you can join in on the hype train and get yourself a special emote! Is good interruption. Is good interruption. It's a good reason to need to stop. So much chaos. 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 Alrighty. So our ads are just about done. I'm gonna stick around for our hype train, basically. And then I'll go on my break. I will still go on my break. I promise. I'll be good. Welcome back from the ads, folks. We have a hype train. I will still go on my break. After the hype train. But thank you, Atimo, for the gifted subs. Oh, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's super helpful. I love it. Ooh, that's right. So, one thing... Oh! Spieler! Thank you for the gift sub! Woo! I train! Woo! Alright, one thing we also did, we debuted on, on Monday for our Chaos birthday stream. Good job. I appreciate it, Spieler. Thank you. So we're going to switch over to, for now, just really quick, our just chatting screen. Do 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 do. I'm big. There we go. Look at me. So one of the things that we were doing, it was a secret with the birthday stream, is I was revealing some lore about my Aya avatar. And what I revealed last time from the last gift subs is that at one point, aside from the fact that I made a couple of different versions of this avatar, figuring out the PNG tuber thing, at one point I actually made a 3D model of my avatar, which I actually revealed. This is the turnaround. This was unlocked from the gift subs on Monday. So more gift subs, more secret lore. So this was unlocked on Monday. This is the turnaround of my avatar character for the 3D model. And this was the low poly 3D model that I created of my avatar. This is actually fully rigged as well, so I could pose it. And the faces were like interchangeable. So like you could slide in like one eye, or like for the left or the right, or that kind of stuff, for the different expressions. So that was, in reverse order, one of the most recent other versions of the Ayatar. Now, since we got another set of gift subs here, we have unlocked another piece of Aya lore, which, if you notice, there's a couple of things on this turnaround that didn't end up being in the 3D model, and isn't in the model that I currently use. And that's because it's from this one. So this was my avatar on YouTube and such when I first started in there. The art itself is not by me. I will specify that, but the coloring was done by me. Ooh, hype train success. What do I get? Ooh, I got the button mash. Woo! Nice. There we go. Mash them buttons. Yes, the dancing pineapple. Delightful. Thank you for the hype train. And from that, you unlocked this secret lore picture. So this was art that someone else did of my avatar that I colored for use in YouTube and such. Back when that was before I was streaming, like, or even considered streaming, I would sit there and record like 3-hour episodes and then chop them up into 15 minutes. Like, if you go to my YouTube, there's some old stuff there. There's some old stuff there. But this used to be my banner and my icon and such before the new one came out, of what the Ayatar looked like, my Aya avatar. There are still, I think, 2 more pieces of lore to potentially unlock from there, just so folks know. And like I said, we're going to be celebrating for the week, because the very first day that I streamed on Twitch was May 18th, which is my birthday. Last year was when I streamed for the very first time. So that was what Monday and this week is about. We are trying to also get some funds so that I can get a boom arm. Because I had to keep giving Dragon Fruit back this one. But that is the hype train done. That is your lore unlocked. I am going to go on my break now. In the middle of this very hectic fight on RimWorld. But hey, what can you do? Alright, so I will be back in, maybe, 15, 20 minutes or so. Welcome in, Caracas! Hiya, we had a hype train just as I was trying to go on break. But welcome on in. Okay, I need to go on break. So, enjoy the music in the meantime. I shall be back in in 15, 20 minutes or so, make sure you take care of your meat suits. Get up, stretch, hydrate, all that jazz. Even if my captions are taking a break. Phew.
I am back. I got tea. I has tea.
Can my captions get that? Nope, it doesn't like my high-pitched voice still. I am back. I have made tea. This one's just a fruit tea. That is tasty. Alright.
Welcome on into Momo. Hiya. Okay.
Back to the chaos. Let me sip some tea for a second. It's a little hot, but this is... It's chaos. Oh, it's chaos. Yep. Alright, let's get a water skip here. Where's Nether? Let's skip you into the fray, please. Okay. Folks are getting in to the shield. Okay, Barrymore has the second shield if we need it. What is the amount? 24 seconds. Okay.
Oh, she's hot. It's toasted tea.
Like the infants we got here. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's unpause. Okay. Another. Keep on trucking, please. Alright, what about you? Ooh. Shock Lance, Insanity Lance. You. Should I do pawn shopping? I don't know if I want to do pawn shopping. I should do pawn shopping. I don't want to do pawn shopping. Ooh. That sounds very tasty. Alright. Medical treatment needed is SBO. Go here, please. Let's get you over here. Folks are a little far out of range. I don't like how close you are to getting into friendly fire. Ah! Okay. Looking good. That's fine. I actually really don't mind the cheap ramen. Because if you have enough stuff you can add to it, you can make it quite tasty. Mmm. Sounds fun. Alright. Nether up here, please. Alright, we're gonna start migrating people up a little. I'm still a little concerned about our friendly fire. Butter! I can see that being pretty good. Alright, let's get SBO out of dodge. Because they're a little beat up. Okay. Yeah, see, Glitch and Co. are down a little too far. They're starting to get into friendly fire range. I don't like that. Okay, no, honey, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Go do anything else, please. I need you to go do anything else. Where did those chairs end up? There they are. Alright, we're gonna get Rage here to put these chairs back, because she's like, I am helping, I am helping. I am helping to fix your wall. It's like it's still being attacked. There we go. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it, Momo. Have a good sleep. Alright, Rage. I know you want to help. Please help this way instead. Okay. But Aya, it needs fixing right now. Oh, I know what I should do. I never actually showed off what the sound alerts sound like. So give me one moment here. I can preview them for you so you get to hear what some of the nonsense is that I put in. Sound alerts. Alrighty. Decline. Dashboard, please. Because I have the ability to test them. Yes, exactly, Pineapple. That is my brain right now. I'm like, I need the We Are Helping one right now. Okay. Where is it? There we go.
We are helping! We are helping!
That's rage right now.
We are helping! We are helping! We are helping to fix your walls up!
Oh, bless your heart, honey. Alright, let's put this out here. Thank you. What are you doing? Falling dead to stockpile. Could you not? We're gonna disallow these, okay? Alright, very quickly, forbid all of this. Thank you. Alright, how is our shield doing? 16 seconds, okay. Kintaro, let's get you into the shield, please. Not Kintaro. Alright, let's put everybody out, please. Thank you. I am getting good use out of water skip, I'll say that. Alright. Hey, you're not on fire anymore. Chill. Go here. Calm down. Alright, no more water skip from you. Kingham. Give me a... how's Danbot doing? Not bad, actually. I like can't even see where they're like coming in. There's just so many people here. Get you here. Alright. Kingham, why are you still wandering? You're not on fire. Chill.
Calm down.
Alright, go here, please. Here we go. Alright, she's spicy. It's so spicy! I'm sure I forbid all of these so nobody gets any ideas. 11 seconds left. It's so spicy! Why is it spicy? Spicy because it's impids. How's your health? Alright, but not great. Let's get you down here and Striker can actually give you a quick tend and we could switch off people. Kingham, come here. Stop acting like you're on fire. You are not. What are you doing now, hon? Consuming pemmican. Please stop. Thrumbo number 4 wants to tussle. Come here. Oh, we broke them! Woo! We broke them! Ah, ha, ha, ha. Alright, yeah, well, actually, in this case, it was a Thrumbo, to be fair. So, alright, let's get you to lie down. Kingham. You also to lie down. The Thrumbo's just like, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go after this pemmican in here where it is possibly on fire. Bless their hearts. Okay, Spieler is enough for another little water skip. Actually, Nether's in a better range, I see there. So let's get a water skip here, please. Yeah, you're right. It's just lightly toasted. That's totally fine. Not at all in any way, shape, or form a problem. Okay, let's do some pawn shopping. Gourmand fudge you. Super immune chemical interest Gormod. Wow, they brought out the best of the best here. Jogger Slothful. Is that an oxymoron? Can you be a slothful jogger? You're just a misogynist, a teetotaler, pessimist, industrious, jogger, psychically hypersensitive. You're a possibility. Unwavering, though, you'd be annoying. We have a Gormond. They're annoying. They're also a Hussar, so I can't even, give them dead calm. Jealous chemical interest. Abrasive careful shooter. Undergrounder fast learner. Chemical interest. Misandr's lazy. Quick sleeping jealous. Another Gormond. Sickly bisexual. Mood. Careful shooter jogger chemical interest. You're just dead. Slow learner slowpoke. Oof. Nervous misogynist quick sleeper. Who's still alive in here? Lazy nudist, great memory. Nudists still have a problem, and so will lazy. Jealous and bisexual. Misogynist, greedy, creepy breathing, straight. Body purist, no thank you. Kind pessimist, mood. Optimist. Jealous bisexual with great memory, sorry. Recluse, no thank you. Kind brawler, but you're an impid. Teetotaler as I sip my tea. Look, another Gormond. Slow learner, depressive. Kind. Pessimist, annoying voice gay. Undergrounder, abrasive, super immune. Psychically dull and lazy, incapable of dumb labor. Wow. Psychopath, night owl, abrasive. Undergrounder, jogger, chemical fascination, a jogger impid. No wonder I had a rough time. Jealous, night owl, nimble. Optimist, straight, incapable of caring. Undergrounder, slowpoke. Careful shooter, kind, asexual. Chemical fascination, Gormond. Sanguine, sickly. Who else is in here? Come on. Trigger happy, gay. Nervous nudist. I'd be a nervous nudist too. Undergrounder, nervous. Chemical interest, great memory, optimist, and capable of dumb labor. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it, Spieler. Gormond, misogynist. Undergrounder, careful shooter. Sanguine. So, really quick overview is I don't like any of these pawns. You're ugly. Body purist pyromaniac. Yeah, you can just stay dead. You can die and stay that way. Kind, jealous, psychically sensitive. That's good shooting. That's a male impid. I think the only impid we have right now is Normie. Ooh. How long do you have to live, buddy? Not long, but we can fix that. Alright, we're gonna capture, oh gosh, who is it? Suin. I want to capture Suin. Capture Suin, please. What else do we have left? Jeez. There's another Gormond, delicate. A sickly misogynist. Body purist hard worker. Recluse nervous. Alright. And then we're gonna get you to lie down because you also need some tending. Now, Striker. We're gonna get you to clean the hospital. Hey David, you didn't actually get to come and fight. My bad, bud. Go home. Alright. We still ended up with a go juice addiction on this guy. That is a good point. Let us double check what we need from our spreadsheet. Alright. So, genetics tracker still needed. Let's show you the spreadsheet. Woo! Alright, so let's scroll on down. What do we still need out of impids? Heat super tolerant by itself, and I would like beardless, because it would fix one of our archetype genes. We've also figured out that, unfortunately, our prisoners are not immortal, which is very annoying. Okay, so we do have a little bit we do need from the impids. We could maybe...
Yeah, look at that database. That tasty database.
Okay, there is a couple things then, so we could see about capturing some more folks. Alright. But I want to focus on that one first, because I actually want to try to theoretically save them and keep them. Alright. Away we go. Oop. Let's go, everybody. And away we go. Yeah, come on, OSHA. What you doing here, hon? No! Who's shooting the Thrumbo by accident? Dang it. Go away. Back line, go. Somebody shot the Thrumbo by accident. How dare you? Alright. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Capture. 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 And then capture. Alright, let you folks go. Let you two go. There we go. Alright, let's check on this person here. 3 hours. Okay. Legendary corset. Da 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 da. Alright. Oh, hello there. I missed one. Neurotic kind jogger with a shooting 9. Yeah, you're not bad. You're not bad. I'll take that. Capture. There we go. Alright, capture this person, please. Now, who's left who is a Psycaster? You are. So let's get that put out, please. Alright, now let's get you up here. Go ahead and return these folks. Still Lintus. Let's capture this person. Do we have enough beds? We might not. Let's throw a couple more down. There we go, just in case. Alright. Go. Alright, Spieler. Let's get another water skip here, please. Thank you. Alright. And you can go, because you are out. Jay Lee, I kind of need you to actually do some skipping, so I'm going to grab you to do this instead. Nether, I'm going to get you to capture this person. Swap roles. Alright, anybody else in here to capture? I can capture this person. We'll allow this door again. Let's get you up in here, please. Alright. Anybody else? Capture you. Might as well capture the sandwiches. No sense letting them go to waste. Alright, who else? Nope. No capture, okay. We need more spots. When in doubt, throw them in with these. Everybody loves hanging out with the metal horrors, right? Boop. Or prisoners. We need to collect our sandwiches. Now, who did I just send to do that? Capture. Thank you. You're already being captured. Okay. No, we do not waste sandwiches. That would be a horrible shame. Okay, we'll go ahead and get the bodies dealt with first. All of these are allowable so people can rebuild this. All right, really quick, I also need to go to zoning. I removed area 1 in here because they were getting a little too close for comfort to some of the stuff that I didn't want them fighting in. But they can have this whole area back. A boop. My door is on fire. My door is on fire. Alright. Allow, allow, allow. Allow. Renew, allow. Alright, you can go do what you were doing. I never came towards the traps at all. That's fine. Oh, I forgot about you. Sorry. My bad. F, 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 F. Okay. Allow, allow, allow. At least I didn't break in with the animals. Honestly, that went a lot better. I didn't have to worry necessarily about the fact that they were busting into the animals area and all the animals were getting out. It was just the trees, and they stay pretty closely tethered. Ramonda, I'm gonna be a pill and get you to extinguish this, please. Yep. Alright, who's left? Are you doing anything? Nope. Get some more people, please. Thank you very much. Alright, Jaylee. More water skip, please. Especially in the areas where we have roof, so the rain will put out everything else that's not under the roof, but for our purposes, we want to make sure we put out any fires that are not under roof. Hello here. You fell over. How sad for you. You are mine now. We'll make a stew. Alright, make sure we set all of these to be done like that. Allow you as well. Allow you. Okay, just the one fire there now. Tea. Sometimes the bot has some pretty good timing. I'll give it that. Alright, undraft. Okay. Bunch Rain, let's clean this hospital. Where did Stryker end up? You're having a snack. Really, bud? Alright, you know what? Fine. How bad are you? SBO's got quite a few. You might lose an ear. You've only got a couple of things. Okay, so let's get SBO tended. Snacks are indeed very important. And then tend to Rhino, and then lie back down. That'll work. Okay. Anybody else? Who wants some? Alright. Okay, you can be undrafted. How are you doing here, bud? Are you someone I want to keep? Not really. Alright, undraft. What about you? Neath. Bio. Recluse nervous. Don't care. Alright. Nether is gonna drop one off too. Captain, away we go. Okay. Miss Andrews Greedy, don't care. I don't remember what the name of the person was that I liked. Gourmand Delicate, also don't care. Goodbye. Timo, who you got? Tortured artist, lazy brawler. Nope. Bye. Okay, who's still coming on in? Night Owl Jogger? That's not a bad one. Shooting of 7. Okay, that's one we might want to keep. So we're going to put a target on that one. Doc's got one here. Oh, thank you for the warning here. We're going to go ahead and switch to our intermission screen. Because we do our best to pause while the ads are running. I'm going to mostly be focusing on marking off the ones I want to keep. For the most part. But this is what I'm doing with my pawns.
Yes, me lord.
My lord. Yes, my lord. More work. Alright, Danbot's tending there. Cleaning up. Alright. Alright, I do think I want to be a little bit of a pill. I'm going to get these people to do some of the removal of the clothing while we're here. Let's see. Undraft you. Okay, people can now go back outside. Now, one thing I think I should do. I was in mod options. Which one is it? Grouped pawns list. Tables. Show it back on restrict, is it? A schedule? Yes. So now I can set all of my people to work area. Perfect. Okay, extinguish this fire, do the strip. And then let's get some more done up. Okay. So now we'll just get our animals sorted. Alright, pet roam. You throw Megasloths are fight outside, rhinos are fight outside. You are area 1, that's perfectly fine. You go to pet roam. Ostriches are good on area 1. Puppies go back on pet roam. So does the seals, they are also puppies. Yeah, one of our dryads got a little beat up. Create a healing pod, please. Alright. Back to animals. Alright, all the area 1 stuff should be fine. I think so. Just double check. Because I can actually just go ashwoop. Ashwoop. Shwoop. They don't have any names, then we can just shrink. Right. I do want to keep an eye on the bullfrogs because I want more of them to show up before we put them under, so to speak. You're under for now. Waste rats can be minimized. Minks can be minimized. Chinchillas can be minimized. Iguanas. Armadillos, raccoons, otters. Alright, looking good on those. Monitor lizards. Keep the locusts up. Now flamingos, badgers, herons. We'll keep the penguins because I want to keep an eye on them. Puppies don't have any names, neither do the seals. Keep the bugs open, though. Huskies has one name, ostriches do not, though. What about you? We want to wait for the alligators to get a little more people. Alright. Do a little tame there. Okay, and then it's just thrumbos. Okay, so fight outside for anything that was put to area 1 and then made for everything else. Okay, that should be all of the zones done for all the animals and all of the people. Welcome back from the ads, folks. We got that all sorted. Let me change our screen here. Okay.
Off I go then.
Right. Now we had set a bunch of people to start doing some of the stripping and stuff because the animals went to go haul them into our freezer, but with their clothing on, because of course they did. Thank you. That's sorted. You should be cleaning before you cook any of that, honey. Alright. So, I believe Doc Irving is bringing in one that I want. Let's check, who Stellantis is bringing in. Night Owl Jogger, yes. You're one that we want. Doc is bringing in Neurotic Kind Jogger. It's not bad, actually. Shooting of 9? Yes, we'll keep you. There we go. Alright. So, how is the tending going? Okay, you're tended. So you can go. You've been tended. You can go. Tend to King Cam just so King Cam can go and then lie back down, Danbot. Somebody will get you. Alright. Let's go. Alright, Stellantis can go. Now, we want somebody tending you like stat. So who is a doctor nearby? Striker. Okay, you're having a quick little snack, but then I need you to immediately tend this person. So you want to actually keep them. Alright, Doc, we're going to undraft you. We're going to 2 hours. We need a tend, please, and we need it stat. There we go. Alrighty. Then we're bringing in some more folks. Alright. Normie, you can go. What's this person? Masochist straight. Don't care. Recluse Missandus Sanguine. Also, do not care. Bye-bye. Alright. They will die if they die. That's their own problem. Alright. Okay, getting some walls built. Good, good, good. Allow this corpse. How's Jaylee doing? On to meditate. Strip. Allow this corpse, please. Anybody else in here? Yes, there is. Okay. Do 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 do. Yep. Okay, back to prisoners. Right, so you are one we want to set to convert. You, we also want to convert. Alright. Alright, you don't need to be lying down anymore. You can go. Give this hospital a clean, though. That'd be appreciated. Speaking of cleaning, please clean this. Alright. Alright, what are you? Slow learner, slowpoke. Don't care. Goodbye. Alright. Then Mac just dropped somebody off. What do we got here? Lady Nudist, great memory. Work speed is terrible. Don't care. Goodbye. Alright. These can all be set to just have their stuff removed. Same thing with you, same thing with you, and you. What about you? Oh, yeah. I kind of wish we'd gotten, you know, the people we actually wanted to save into the bed, as opposed to a bunch of randos, but, you know, it happens. Okay, there we go. Get this nice and clean. Alright, I kind of wish Danbot was not worrying about this person, but I get it. Alright. Anybody else being brought in? Select. Okay. This person is dead. That's fine. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Insert honking noises. Okay. Whee. There we go. Okay, where did Jaylee go? They were the person we were needing to do stuff. I forgot about these folks. Hi. My bad. What do we got? Super immune, chemical interest, unwavering, jealous, bisexual. Undergrounder, chair, careful shooter, impet, sanguine. Ooh. Sanguine is not bad because it does offset the issue with the genetic depression, I think. Believer. You know what? Let's do that. Doc, let's get you over here to tend this person instead. Alright. Boop. Oh, hello. I missed you. Kind, jealous, psychically sensitive with an 11 in shooting. Capable of dumb labor. Oh, shoot, yeah. You were actually one we kind of wanted to maybe keep. So let's see if we can save them. Alright, swap. Quick swap. Quick swap, baby. Insufficient containment because someone was standing in the doorway. It's fine. They'll be fine. Ugly, straight body, purist pyromaniac. No, thank you. Alright. Okay. There we go. Okay, Doop. Thank you. Anybody else in here? I'm failing a spot check. No, okay, cool. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and allow the rest of these doors that I forbid, whatever else I had forbidden. Just double check. I guess I already got it. Nope, I knew it. I knew I forgot something. Haha. Okay. Hello, small child. Anything I can help you with? Absolutely not. Cool. Alright. Oh, no. I wanted that one stripped first. Darn. Alright. What is Sponge Brain doing with that one? Okay, good. Alright, it's fine. Cool, alright. How do we make out on this one? Ooh, we might be saving them. Cool. Alright, this person is A-okay. So we'll go here for prisoner. We want to set you to convert. Masterwork sandwich leather corset. Keep on cleaning. Please keep cleaning. Alright, were you the one I was wondering about? Undergrounder's not great. Careful shooter and you have a 1 in shooting. Oof. I think if somebody saves you, great. If not, oh well. Not the end of the world. Okay. Alright, quick double check on this stuff. How is our completely run amok insect hive going? Great. It's going great, she says. It's getting to the point where it doesn't know where the walls are anymore, and that's cool. Love that. Someone is gonna have a bad time if they land on this map. I'm just saying. They're gonna have a bad time. Okay, but back to you. How are you doing here? Let's get it clean before we do that. Thank you. Okay, that all looks good. Okay, back to our grav ship crew, who I kind of forgot about in the midst of all this. How much slate do we have? Let's see here. I would like to get some more tile in here. Do I have enough? Okay. How much do I have? Let's just double check. 133, okay. So 11 and it's 4 each. Okay, should be fine. Very quickly, madly doing math in my head. Duh. Okay, we can expand these here. Let's make sure this has a place to live. Thank you. Boop. Right. Anything here? Good, okay. Make sure it has somewhere to go. Alright, looking good. So, anything else that needs to be built? No, looks like the painting is good. As well. Okay. Nice. Alright, what do we got on here? 1 panel. Okay. I don't remember what I wanted to do with that panel. I kept like putting it in places and then I changed my mind where I wanted it like multiple times. I know at some point we just want to go straight across here. So maybe we just put it there. Let's do that. Okay, that gives them some floor to work on. We can honestly probably do another whoop. Get this lovely little rec room a little prettier. They're ready to go at any time. Okay, Brat is all sorted. Got plenty to work on. Make sure that the work area is good. Yep, so plenty to mine if they were so inclined. We could add another little bit here to their zone. If they so wanted to build to there. Do that. Let's do a marble door there too. Okay. There we go. All right, back to this crew. Motley bunch. All right, how are we doing on this health? 3 hours. Okay, we're getting there. Oh no, someone has died. In here? What a surprise. Anyways. Death in 2 hours. I'm more concerned about... Here, how you doing, bud? Alright, good. You won. Yes, you're one that I wanted, so we'll up your med possibilities. Same thing with you. What happened to your tend? Baka's doing it? Feeding a simple meal. Oh, okay. Sure. Sure, bud. Blue is on that. I guess we'll let Doc have a rest. Fair enough, bud. 6 hours, getting there. Like, I would kind of like someone to finish to tend to this guy, you know? Alright, let's check really quick here just on work. Who else is doctoring? Wrong button. This button. Alright, Striker, Doc, Shadows. You're just reading a book, eh, bud? Why don't you come on over here once Bach is done feeding them. And let's get... Oh, are they actually done tending? Oh, they're done tending. Is it this one? Who was it? I guess it's just you? Fair enough. Suppose we can get this one within 4 hours. Are you the other one that I wanted? Underground or Careful Shooter Sanguine? Yeah, okay. Let Shadows put that away. Come tend to this person, please. Thank you. Alright. Anybody else? Okay, I want to get these. It's gonna take her a little far afield, but it's fine. Alright, and then this one, that way if they haul anybody in, they'll at least already be removed of their clothing. Alright, speaking of, let's go ahead and allow this stuff so it can be hauled. This stuff as well. Allow all of these. Allow. There we go. Alright. Perfect. Missing granite blocks. Oh dear. Okay then. That's a small problem. How is our plasteel, actually? Pretty decent. What is this? This is granite? How is the uranium? Very similar to the plasteel, so let's do some retrofitting. Alright, I think plasteel is the best wall. We'll copy this here. We literally just gotta fight, so we just have to be cautious. I think we're still possibly in getting into Cass's range, so we'd have to watch out for that. But for the most part, how's our baby? Got a little bit of a gunshot because somebody got a little too far away. Stinker. Look, I know I'm interrupting your beauty sleep, but can you go tend to Thrumbo? Thanks. Oh no, somebody has died. Never mind, apparently they're fully healed. Good job. Fair enough, bud. Sure. Hey. Thank you. Alright, Sponge, if you would not mind, please clean this. It's a little bit of a mess in here. And we're still theoretically trying to keep some people alive, so. Hussar is ready for Jean, rip, doo-da, doo-da. Hussar is ready for Jean, rip, oh, doo-da day. Alrighty. Okay, let's look at these folks. Oh, literally, you have a leg missing on you. What about you? One leg is missing. So, can I amputate the busted leg? Sadly, no. Bummer. But, what is it? Your left leg is gone, so let's install right leg. Alright, you have now been rescued. We can amputate the right leg. And we can put a peg leg on the left. And then you here are actually doing pretty A-okay, but we will have to fix that. Introducing peg legs. You are a pirate. Okay, hey, Brony, come here. I would like you to haul You know what? Actually, just bring the prisoner over. There we go. That'll work. Bring the prisoner. Okay. Thank you. Let's get working on that, please. I know you people want to just go around and deconstruct all the walls, but after you're done that, let's go build this one. Thank you. There we go. Mmm. Tasty tea. Alright, thank you for cleaning the hospital. Keep it on clean. Clean that one next. Alright, how are we doing on ghouls? You're a little munchy. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Come eat this meat. How are you doing? Actually, you know what? You're not very hungry. Let's like get you to eat. What meat? What meat is that? What's the 7? Ibex. Boop. Ghoul cleanup. What do you mean insufficient containment? Someone's in the doorway again? Someone's in the doorway. All that, please. Thank you. Now clean. Just stop it. Please stop standing in the doorway. Alright. Deconstruct, please. Capture. Thank you. Did you just immediately put them in a different bed because that person was dead? Where'd they go? Are you it? You're the one I kind of want to keep. Yes, okay. I want to... Peg leg. Peg leg. We're going to put an icon on you because I keep forgetting. Then we're going to delete this. We're going to capture you. Right. Yes, I know. I'm working on it. All that, please. Thank you. Alright, we're going to build another one here. Thank you. We're going to capture this person. There. Deconstruct that. Okay. We'll just solve the problem entirely. Just get them out of there. If you're going to stand in the doorway and tend to them, we're going to have problems. Alright. Okie doke. Good, good, good. Look at all the tasty sandwiches. Alright, how is this ghoul doing? Let's go ahead and eat this. How are you? You're fed. Let's get you back out of the freezer. You are not. What are you? Cat meat. Let's get that. Alright, good. Okay. Good, you've been tended. Beautiful. How are we doing on this stuff? We have an aesthetic nose, bionic leg, a detox lung, sterilizing stomach, and a bionic arm. So you're here. Rest is healed for that. We just have a shaper right now. I feel like there was somebody who just had one. Please haul all of this granite out, please. Thank you. Getting on my nerves. Infection, oh no! Oh, the torso, that could be bad. I don't care about it. That's fine. I guess we'll just start taking pieces. Alright. I mean, if we could put them in the gene rip, actually, that would be better. It's just going to take a lot of time. We'll do that. Alright. Looking good here. We need to get this out. Oh my word, that is such a mess. Okay, what is this 3 here? Ibex. Eat that Ibex meat, please. Alright. You come in here, and then we will undraft you. Alright. What do we got? That's pretty low. A bison meat. Alright. Meet the bison meat. Thank you. Oh no, baby crying. Sad baby. Play with baby. There we go. Okay. Alright. Just about done tending this person. Autosave, thank you. Oh, I guess the baby's just gonna cry. Sad face. Alright, you're gonna start installing peg leg. I'm gonna get you clean, then buddy, I really need you to start hauling this stuff. Thank you! Inspired trade on Simple. Okay, are we at the point now where we can finally do this tree link? We might be at the point where we can finally do this tree linking. Okay, who was I working on? OSHA. Jump to location. Quite a few of them are actually already here. Begin tree linking. OSHA. Da-da-da-da. Will be the last side cast for her. Alright. Expand this zone now. Include a little bit more if we so wish. You know what? Let's mine some components. Where were you mining? Hang on. You've been mining. Where have you been mining? I had you unrestricted for a reason. Why? What were you mining? Did you haul it? Nope, but you're in the middle of getting to it. Good job. Can't argue with that. Oh, do we have enough to make some more floors in here? I bet we do. We do. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Inspired recruitment on AJ. Ooh, that will be handy once we convert these people. Alright, how you doing? Clean that, please. Thank you. Alright, so they're getting ready for that. Perfect. Okay, you're fed. Let's get you out of our way, please. How are the other ghouls doing? You still need a little bit of a snack. Alpaca, please. What about you? Is that bison or venison? It was bison. Eat the bison. Wrong one. That bison. There we go. Infection, oh no! That's a little bit of a bummer, actually, but I guess we're just gonna have to amputate the arm. Fair enough. Okay. Looking good there. How are you doing here? Getting there, getting there. Alright, I'm going to deconstruct this one here. Prophet, please clean. It's such a mess in there. I'm going to get you to capture this person back to the other spot. Away we go. Cool. Alright. Alright, this ghoul is done. Let's get you out. How is this one doing? Also fed. Out you come. Boop. Oh no, sad. Sad baby. We'll never do caring. Good job. Play with the baby. Okay, there we go. Looking good. Alright, cool. We got everybody out of the containment room, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Expand that. Okay. Slowly but surely getting this stuff built. There we go. Please finish building it, thank you. Reesh. Alright. Now, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get some plasteel in this section. But we need to, like, make sure we have microed these people to actually work on the full plasteel wall, not just the deconstruction. Okay. Nim, please quick clean, thank you. Timo. Consuming a sandwich, fair enough. Let's get you to haul this leather out. Thank you. How's this doing? Fully healed. Good job, buddy. Okay. That's looking a lot better. Alright, undraft. Ghouls are good. I guess. Alright, zone. Let's do a quick little pause. So we need here to here. Like so. Over here. Up and this way. And then down this way, I think. Yeah. Alright, so. Don't sew. Don't cut. There we go. Actually up by that Grunland pod, which we totally need. We don't. We do not. Alright, ooh, how is Andre's unnatural healing? 23 hours. Okay. Looking good. How is Shadow's health doing? Okay, getting healed up pretty well. That's good. Alrighty. Da-da-da! What did you get? Invisibility! Cool! I see that. No! Down here. I put a table specifically closer to try to fix this. There we go. Infection! Oh no! Who is it? Do I care? I do, actually. Okay. In the torso? Shoot. Okay. That's annoying. Actually. That's actually annoying. Make sure you tend afterwards. Thank you. Linking ritual complete. Alright, so OSHA can now use other side trainers. So we search trainer with a Y in front of it. Berserk Pulse. OSHA. Learn Berserk Pulse. Not high enough yet? Oh, you're only 5. Okay. You got invisibility. You probably already have water skip. Yep. Word of trust. Already knows. Okay. Sad face. One more, and then she can learn on the Berserk Pulse. Fair. Do a quick little clean in here for me, sir, please. Lenzar. Yes, bring the plasteel to the wall. Alright, after you're done building, bud, I want you to haul these. Get out of my way, please. Thank you. Alright. Perfect. Okay, okay. Spieler. Ah! Hello! Welcome on in, everybody! Hiya, readers! Welcome on in. Ooh, Fallout 2. Fun.
Hiya, everybody.
My name is Aya Ellen. We are working on the Ark. We just had a pollution retaliation raid that I did not reload 3 times to finally deal with. Fallout 1 and 2 are hard. Like, RPGs in that time frame did not pull any punches. Like, you will die a lot, from what I have heard. So it happens. But welcome on in, everybody. As mentioned, I am trying to get a breeding pair of every animal in the game. All of the DLCs included, including Odyssey. We just dealt with a pollution retaliation. If any of you folks need to raid and run, I totally understand. Make sure you take care of your spoons and all that jazz. But yeah, so this is one of our barns. This is where our thrumbos are. This is another section of sleeping beds because I ran out. And then we've got another one here. And then this is Horny Jail. This is where the male chickens and such go when I don't want them to be in with the regular egg-laying chickens. This is where the egg layers go. I'm allowing some males because I want more of them. They need to propagate. There's some more animal beds there. So we are dealing with some friends that came to visit us, and we are in the process of making them either into sandwich meat, or we're going to rip the genetics out of them. Because the other thing we are working on is an underground genetics base. Which is ridiculous. This is Brat. They are all by them lonesomes, but they are a body mastery pawn from the Anomaly. I love creep joins. They're honestly my favorite type of pawn. So they don't need food, they don't need sleep, and they don't actually require comfort. Now, their downside was they're freaking disturbing, and everybody hates them, so we put them in a pit to deal with genetics. I don't have to feed them. They don't have to sleep. They just work all the time. And to give you an idea of some of the ridiculous genetics we've been doing, this is the set that we gave to Brat to put them in the ground. They've got ageless, archetype metabolism, non-senescent, so they're never going to get anything from getting old, super clotting, heat tolerant, dead calm, so there's no mood breaks that are violent, dark vision, indoor dweller, great shooting, robust, just a few things to make them a little more, suited to underground. This is actually the map where we tamed the Hive Queen, which I can't believe we pulled off. This is our Gravship crew. It is a variation on what has been called the Death Clover. I like to call it the Friendship Clover. Because I can land this around a herd of animals, and then I have a bunch of time I can tame them before they run away. We were on this map and actually got ourselves an alligator pair and a bullfrog pair last time, which was awesome. But they keep traipsing through my kitchen and making it dirty, so we're cleaning that up. We've got a couple of Gronlin trees to make up for some stuff. We have so many herbal meds. We have so much herbal meds. We're teeming with herbal meds. I'm not playing on a super high difficulty just because between all of the animals that we have, I know my wealth is always going to be insane. So aside from all the animals that are out and about and running with us, we also have, there's our boomalopes, there's our boom rats, there's our toxalopes, there's our grizzly bears, our timber wolves, tortoises, because they have an issue when we get a cold snap. We got our Arctic foxes, we got polar bears, we got fennec foxes, tigers. I don't think we do have a cat with that name. Let me double check real quick. Let me scroll on down to the kitties. I believe we have a cheese wizard and a Mr. Whiskers. But there is at current no other cats that have been named. We have tigers as well, if you are so inclined. I was actually really surprised we got alpha beavers so fast. We found a royal trader that was selling a pair of alpha beavers. Blew my mind. Porcupines, just because people kept getting quills while I was training them. And then our tigers are here. We've also got lynxes. So we've got tigers, lynxes, as well as domesticated cats, Arctic wolves, our vultures, and our wolverines. And our wargs are mostly in here just because they're really annoying to feed. Wargs, vultures, and wolverines have the unfortunate distinction of being some of the only animals that don't eat kibble. Or meals. They insist, not gotta be raw meat. Their diets are as bad as ghouls, which is really annoying. But one of the things that we have to take care of all those animals is this is all sun lamped and roofed. So this is an entirely covered, temperature controlled, lit, growing area of fertile land that is directly attached to our primary barn stuff. Now we have spots where we can add in some more. Why are you off? Let's turn you back on. Add in some more sun lamps when we get a little bit more power. But we're working on that. Slowly but surely. As always, our freezer is ridiculous. Masterwork, sandwich, leather, corset. Another infection. Oh no. Who's this? I don't care. Fair. Torso? Meh. Oh well. I guess you'll be a sandwich. Oh no. But for those who are interested, we are actually using a rancher ideology, which a lot of people don't do because if you do it with fluid, you don't have to worry about forcing meat. Although honestly, as you can see, you usually have a lot of meat. What happens is ranching makes it so that people will pay you more money for anything that's an animal product. You do get a little slower at plants, but you increase the chance you'll tame everything. You get more stuff whenever you shear or milk animals. You get more from the animals when you butcher them. And every one of the Ideologion learns how to handle animals twice as fast. And the other thing that this unlocks is the Animal Specialist, which on top of all those other effects, gets an additional ×2 chance to tame all animals. And then they also get the ability called Animal Calm. Let me see if I can grab here. All of the animal specialists have access to this one called Animal Calm, which literally means if you go in and you tame an animal, or go to tame an animal right here, that has a % chance that if you fail, it will attack you. If you do this with an animal specialist, they still fail, they go to attack you, you can use the Animal Calm and the animal will go back to normal. And you can just try to tame them again later. Now, the cooldown is disgusting, don't get me wrong, but it does mean you don't actually kill the animal and you can try again later with either another animal specialist or that same animal specialist can try again later. And that's how we've been getting a lot of this stuff. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's why we have so many Thrumbos. We have a few mods on here. A lot of them are quality of life stuff. For example, you'll see in here I've got a grouping mod that lets me look at my animals in groups. This is actually extremely helpful for the raid that we just had to deal with because I have the advantage of being able now to be oh look, all of these huskies are on this zone, which is called Pet Roam. If there's a fight, I don't want them on Pet Roam. I want them on Pet Inside. But now I can just go, boop, and all of the huskies switch zones. Oh. I think the pricing counts towards the leather because you get it from butchering. I think it does. That's why we have so many textiles. I cannot tell you. We have 6,000 things of sandwich leather. We have 10,000 things of textiles. I literally throw textiles at people to befriend them, and there's nobody left to befriend. We are so full of cloth of some variety. I literally have a bill that I keep procking up for each one of our crafters to just make corsets. And just periodically I go through here and proc these back up. And as we make corsets, we load them into the shuttle to spend on all of our jeans and Archite stuff and everything else. Speaking of, we really do need to get Aya into the shuttle at some point. But we'll get that loaded. Psychic Bond. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. I guess, Protic woke up from their new genetics and did their, Psychic Bond. Perfect. Yeah, awesome. I made a special, gene pack for this pawn. Because one of the best pawns for me to take on the grav ship was a Pyromaniac. Not honestly that great. But I really liked what skills they had. So I finally went and I made them their own custom gene pack that includes pyrophobia. Because if you make them afraid of fires, it turns off Pyromaniac. Yay! And while I was at it, I decided to go ahead and just add in the psychic bonding, because why the fuzzy not? Another fun fact, I really, really love creep joints. The annoying thing about them is that they can't romance with regular pawns. They can still romance other creep joints. But there is one exception to this rule, and that is if they have the psychic bonding gene. So for an example here, the Brony pawn, we went and gave them psychic bonding. Now, this is a joyous pawn, which is a creep joint from Anomaly. Normally, that means the only people that they can actually get into a relationship are other creep joints. But if you give them psychic bonding, they can psychically bond with anyone, even if they're not a creep joint. So you can completely ignore and overwrite the limit on whether or not creeps can get together with regular people if you just use psychic powers. There we go. Alright, look at our lovely little freezer filling up with sandwich meat. Alright. That's looking good. Alright, we are going to go ahead in here, I think, and set... Let's set Aya to go with... Boop. Alright, accept. So then she'll start helping to load. Okay, that's looking good. How are we making out on this? Okay, we're slowly building this out to be plasteel. Let's just cancel this one for now. Where are my builders? My builders. Please work on that. Thank you. There we go. So the two specialists we have is we have the animal specialist from branching, and then we also have production specialists. Because the goal, the end goal of the game that I am going for, because I am ridiculous, is to do the launch the ship ending with all of the animals aboard. So if you're looking at our lovely little counter at the top, that's the number of animal types that we have and need to get. So for the purposes of the grav ship, sorry, not the grav ship, the end of the thing ship, end game ship. Okay, that's in the right arm, so we can just amputate that. Boop. You also have an infection in the torso, but eh. Yeah, we have penguins. We have them. Where are they? Actually, probably faster to go here. Whee! Penguins! There they are. Ta-da! He has a pair. I'm waiting for them to make eggs and have more of them. Yes! I finally found the second one! I was so happy! See, there's a male penguin, and then a lady penguin. Da 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 da! I was so happy when that finally happened. But yes, so for the end game ship, that means we're gonna need a total of at least 112 crypto sleep caskets. That's without any colonists. Torrential rain. Ooh. Oh, I've never gotten this. What map is that on? It can't be on here. No, it's not on here. That's probably the only issue that I have is like sometimes it's like, what map is that on? Is it here? No, weather's clear. Or is it? No? This is the only problem with having 4 maps that I have to keep an eye on. Is it here? Are we torrential raining here? No, gentle snow. Yeah, this is an insect hive that I just kind of ignored. And, it's slowly becoming worse and worse. Usually happens in the tropics? Okay. Ah, yes, it is this map. Okay. Fair enough. Well, our grab ship is actually fairly well contained, so it should be fine. Surgery failed on Barrymore. No, Barry! Shadows, what are you doing? You've got a head wound and you're trying to attach somebody's leg. Oh, Okay, I'm trying to attach their leg, and I roll a 1 and hit their lung. How? How did you do that? That's impressive in a, oh gosh, why sort of way. Rejected proposal. Okay, they're still together, but they'll be very sad. Yeah, I love watching, like, the sheets coming down. But yeah, we should be fine. The grab ship is very well contained. Oh, shuttle is ready for launch. Alright. So, Aya is our royal. So we're gonna head off and do our gauntlet of the royal trading. Away! Or Barrymore. It still needs a leg, too. Dang nabbit. Is there actually both an aesthetic shaper and an aesthetic nose? There is! Well, here we go, Barry. We're not going to necessarily get you the leg you need, but we'll get you a nose job. We'll make you popular. You're gonna be popular. Oh, good. Shadows is gonna go off and try to remove somebody else's body part. At least it's a prisoner this time. Okay. Ooh, advanced components. Yes, please. Give me that. Chem fuel. Give me that. Alright, see here. This is what I mean by just how much textiles we have. 5,000 things of human leather is in the shuttle. So all of that, sandwich meat, leather that we saw earlier wasn't including this. Yeah, exactly. You don't have a leg, but you're gonna be fabulous, darling. Alright, I don't want Lucy, please, never. Ooh, we need to check. These are genetics we want to sell. Alright, we already have psychic bonding by itself. Let me just consult the spreadsheet. Dun dun dun. That's why we have emotes for spreadsheets. Alright, let's go to the full table really quick. And let's just check bonding. Psychic bonding, yep, we already have a singular gene pack for it, so we do not need it. Perfect. And that is why I have a spreadsheet. There we go. Spreadsheets! Okay, ooh, wall raise, please. Word of Serenity, yes. Actually, give me, like, all of your skill trainers, because why the fuzzy not? Sure, give me focus as well. Here you go, have a kidney and a lung. Ironically, this kidney and this lung were ethically sourced, because I'm putting a detox kidney and a detox lung in all of my pawns, so these are okay. I got them myself. I didn't steal them. Or, borrow them before I made them a sandwich. As you do. Let's grab a reader and a sensitizer, though. I don't think we need a nuclear stomach. We can also make one if we absolutely have to. As our bazillion corsets. We could get some more gold, but I think we're doing okay. Some more lances would be good. Okay, anything else? Just double check again. We are just about up to our ad break. If you are new around here, we take a pause during the ads, because we understand not everybody has the means to support the channel with subs and the like. So we take a break during the ads and focus on busy work and such, so that you don't miss out on too much. just need to sell a little bit more, which, gee, I wonder where I'm going to get that money from. It's such a mystery. Alright, except refuel from cargo. A boop. Alright, so she's good. They seem to be okay. Yeah, nothing's really, like, becoming a problem for these folks. They just got some lakes nearby. They've already gotten everything from the factory. The old chem fuel factory, so that should be a-okay. Alright, we're slowly getting our way through the sandwich meats. Oh no! What a surprise! Shadows failed a surgery. Can I get you to not work on stuff for like a hot minute? Like, are you healed? You still rolled a 1 and you're healed. Oh, bless your heart. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and switch to our intermission screen. Yeah, somebody needs to take the butter knives away from Shadows. They need to be giving access to the scalpels, not the butter knives. I know sometimes they look, well, they don't really, but they look a little similar, and sometimes you can have a hard time telling them apart, but yeah, there is a difference. It's a kind of important difference. Okay, let's see, what else can we do? They're bringing stuff in for us. Okay, the animals are not gonna haul the drugs, because they don't have access to the drug shelf, so we do need to let somebody outside. Let's check here for schedule. Who's somebody who's good for that? Glitch or AJ, honestly, is pretty good for that. Where is Glitch? There you are, bud. Alright, once you're done training that crow, let's get you to haul these. That way we don't have to worry about the animals having access to them. Because the one too many times has been like, the animal's been like, oh look, go juice. It's just like, dang it. Actually, let's do a quick wildlife check while we're here. We can hunt the tortoise. Should be fine that way. We'll leave the badger. They could actually be handy because we have a lot of Etekines. So we can use animal war call. Same thing with the mega sloths. They can be friendly to us, for lack of a better term, sooner or later. This nest is so bonkers. Hiya, Simple! Welcome on in. It goes great. I definitely did not reload 3 times dealing with a pollution retaliation raid because I didn't know that it counted as a breach raid. Hee hee hee. But we got lots of sandwiches from it. And our insect hive is going great. It's just great. Oh, we're doing good. We're figuring things out. We're getting stuff done. We're dealing with sandwiches. I can't wait till this hussar is done cooking in the thing. Ooh, thank you. I appreciate that. I need to find a slot where I can play Enshrouded on stream. But I'm trying to make sure I don't book myself too much until I kind of get a bit of a better hang for it. Like, I had a family member who had a medical appointment, and then I got sick from being in the hospital helping them, as you do. So then I ended up having to take off, like, I only expected to take off, like, maybe, like, a week or so, and instead it was, like, a month, because I got really sick. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Oh, yes, I was replacing these with plasteel. I forgot to finish that. Alright, that looks good. Yes, I'm feeling a lot better. Voice is a lot better, too. I'm still, like, periodically got a little bit of a cough and some nasal stuff going on, but I was so dead. I was, like... There was some drama that happened with the first person. They had a surgery. It didn't go... It went fine as far as we could tell, actually, but something else happened, as is wont to do, and, they ended up back in the hospital, so we're sitting there in Emerge waiting for them to get a room to put them in, and I'm sitting there in there freezing, which, for context, I have a heart condition that makes it so that when I stand up and do anything, it just cranks into overdrive. So, like, my resting heart rate before I stand up is already, like, in the 90s, but as soon as I stand up, it goes to, like, 110. So I'm really easy for me to overheat. So I'm sitting here in this ER, freezing, like, my butt off, wondering why am I so cold? Because I got up, I moved around, and I'm like, I'm still freezing. And it's like, I had a fever. I had a fever of 102 in Fahrenheit. So it was like, I'm gonna go home now. Sorry. I stayed with them the first couple of days for the surgery. It's your turn. I am not well enough to be here to look after somebody else, so. Welcome back from the ads, folks. So just so you know, we're roughly reaching about like our last half hour or so. So I will try to get the things we're working on finished off in that last little bit, but let's go ahead and switch us back to our screen. There we go. Oh, simple. I added sound alerts. And a lot of them are memes. Mostly memes I quote, but you know, details. There we go. Alright. We're looking good. Great, I'm so glad that you can walk. I don't want you to walk. Stop it. We'll get that dealt with. We'll sort you out. Alright, oh, I hope I get something good from the Hussar. Alright, can I, go yet? Not quite, fair enough. Alright, still looking hunky-dory over here. Any new wildlife to be of interest? Absolutely not, fair enough. Alright, so I think we'll try to get, passenger shuttles ready to launch. Woo! I still want to kind of leave the grav ship where it is, just in case we get another, like, raid. Because I think we're getting close to Cass's spicy range. I'm bad at numbers. I do not remember when she attacks. Pineapple tells me when she attacks. Ooh, an infection in your stomach. Welp. That's nice. I don't care about you. For context, one of the mods that I have to help with my sanity is the Better Marks mod, where basically you can either manually or through specific rules and stuff add marks to pawns so that you can tell them apart without having to go into their bios and such. So I've specifically marked this one with this crosshair because I want to actually possibly recruit them. And so this one here, and this one here, and this one here are all ones I want to potentially recruit. The rest, I don't care. But you'll see similar things on the my own pawns as well. So there's like this little Dark Moon one shows up on any of my pawns that are Night Owls. Yeah, we've been in her range for a bit. That's kind of what I thought. Fair enough. Yeah, it also works up above here, so you can see anyone who's got the red rifle symbol is somebody who has, what I've set it up as, anyways, someone who has a 15 shooting or higher. So it also, like, you can categorize it, so I've got it set so that specifically shows me who's got really high animals, who's got really high cooking, so it gives me a quick way up above. I can be like, okay, who's one of my doctors? And it will automatically assign based on their category. I can show you in just a minute how it works, because I actually really love that kind of stuff. We're gonna get some more chem fuel. We're gonna get some more advanced components. Cool. Cold tolerant. Ooh, do we have cold tolerant by itself? Hang on. That might be good. I must consult the spreadsheet. Alright, cold tolerant. Let's actually go back to the full table for a second here. Cold. Cold tolerant. Ooh, we do not have cold tolerant by itself. Nice. We want that one. Okay, cool. We only have cold tolerant in a combo pack, which I hate. Yes, give me that. And you know what? Here, have these in return. There we go. Ooh, we can take Beckon. Already got wall raise. Skip shield. Honestly, skip shield would be useful on our melee folks. I might take one, but I think that'll be it. Ooh, aesthetic noses. Look, we can buy nose jobs. Honestly, let's get them. It saves me making them. That all looks good. Ooh, a Persona Zeus hammer. It's only excellent, but let's take a look. Mad wailing. No, thank you. Hiya, Matthew. Welcome on in. Alrighty. We could get another Insanity Lance, but I think at this point, let's just start offloading some of our ridiculous amounts of corsets. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. I would like to sell you things. You will take these things. Okay. That looks good. I was really kind of hoping there might be some more archetype capsules on people, but I'm not seeing that. That's alright. Ooh, we should take Glitter World. Yes. Oh no, I may have to sell more of my 4,000 things of human leather. I should be doing this by hundreds instead of by tens. Wrong button. There we go. Accept. Refuel. A boop. Now, scan underground steel. Ooh. That's good to know. Hold on a second. It's here now. And a boop. Ah, over here. Fair enough. Gonna grab gray and just kind of meh, like that. All right, perfect. Okay, so I wanted to show you how the marks works. So, for an example, here is Pineapple's Pawn. Pineapple's Pawn is our main artist, but they're also decent at social, and they're getting up in medical. So you can see here. Let me see if I can move it so you can see it a little bit better. There we go. You can see they've got a little purple artist palette and a little speech bubble. I think you've been here before. It didn't give the first time chatter message that we see that way. I think you've popped in here before, maybe with a raid or something. But we go over here to this spot here and we go to edit, and you can create your own ones for these. They have some at default, which I find is really nice. So I have this one that applies to a pawn automatically if they're in a spot where it's too hot. Same thing for if they're too cold, if they get a disease, if they're in poison, start getting like toxic buildup. You can also have icons for whether they've got like go juice or whether they've taken Psychite tea. These ones will actually work as well on enemy pawns. So I can see which pawns have taken go juice so I can keep an eye on them. So for an example, one of the ones that I made was this one here, which I call Beefy, which basically shows me anybody who has the tough trait in the enemies kind of idea. This one's for the colonists. So you can see when I draft them is specifically what it's set up for. Show only in drafted. Yeah, it's for the beefy ones. Show only in drafted. But it's going to show me at a glance who my tough pawns are. So for an example, one of the best ones for this is our Demoness pawn here. Demoness is an Itakeen who is also a tough Itakeen. So they have both robust and they have tough. So when I draft them, we get double icons here because one of those icons is for having the robust gene and one of those is for having the tough trait. So I can see really quickly at a glance when I'm looking at a raid or when I'm looking at my people while they're drafted, who are the people who need to be in front and that kind of thing. But yeah, so we go in here and let me scroll on down to the other stuff past the ones that I made. So for example, this is one where I attached this one manually. There is not a way to do this one automatically. It's actually one I kind of wish they would add. But I've attached this to my pawns that are natural meditation. so I can see at a glance which ones need to be meditating at the tree. But here, anybody who has at least a 15 animals gets the little brown paw symbol, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like probably about half my people. If they're above 15 or above on planters, they get the little axe. And we've got this one for art. And then we've got this one for social. And you can change what they look like, what the icons are, what colors they are. Thank you for popping on in, Tiryu. Have a good sleep. I appreciate it. This is the one for shooting. The nice thing I find about the shooting one is that means I can tell at a glance who I need to grab for my mortars. Because I want my best shooters to be on there. But there's my miners. This one here, I actually have set to mark off people who have the low shield packs. So when they're carrying around a low shield pack, I can see who has it and who doesn't. This is our icon for builder. This is the icon I put on people who have pyromania. Because I want to know whether they're a problem. I believe it's called the Better Marks mod. I would recommend, if you do get it, though, to also get, let me just open it up here for you so you can see, the Colonist Bar Adjuster. Just because even with what I've got now, you can see it's very cramped up here. And it can get hard to see the marks if you put them up on the bar. So if you grab the Colonist Bar Adjuster, this actually lets you, like, decide how many pawns show per row, like what size they are. And this helped a lot with making it so that I could actually see all the marks that I added up above with the Better Marks mod. They're the useful marks. Is that it? Useful marks. Here it is. Useful marks. Because you can also control the icon size. See? You can make them bigger! They're huge! But yeah, most of the mods that I have are for quality of life, saving me trouble. Like, for example, one of the mods that I have is an automatic training mod. So that as soon as an animal is born, it just checks off some of the things it needs to train. Now, some of these I still have to manually go in once they've been trained a fair bit. Like, for example, see these mega sloths? I never actually checked those myself. I have a mod that just, when they're born, I can tell it what to check off for these animals. Or just to start training immediately, instead of me having to manually, every time an animal is born, go in and do that. And then other fun things like One Trick Ponyta's defaults is actually saved lives. Because another fun fact, when your animals are first born, if they are a zonable animal, because there's 2 types of animals, and this can change if you add sentience catalysts. Best example of this actually is the ostriches. Sorry, I am like in TT mode. Where I have my ostriches. So ostriches are really annoyingly hard to tame. So what you can do is you can give them sentience catalysts to make them easier to tame. The funny thing is, if you give them sentience catalysts, they become a zonable animal, whereas normally they're a grazing animal. So the new ostriches that were born later are still grazing animals. They're pen animals. So they can only be zoned based on specific pens. But the ones that I used the sentience catalysts on are now zonable animals. But what happens is, if an animal is born, let's say a new puppy is born, and you don't have like a setup for what they default to, in base game, they default unrestricted. I actually lost a husky puppy because it was born in the middle of a raid. It was defaulted to unrestricted and it ran outside. Like, I had to drop my pair counter. I lost a husky puppy that was part of a pair because it had defaulted to unrestricted when it was born. So now I have a mod that fixes that, so they don't. Now they default to what I have named Area 1, which is my stay inside but have access to most of the base area. as you can see here. Just because there's so many animals. I have so many animals that I have to wrangle. And they're just all in with each other all over the place. Like, I could just theoretically throw them all in crypto sleep and make it quote-quote easy, but I really wanted to kind of, like, ranch them and have them around and, like making younger versions of them, because I don't know when I'm actually going to make the ship, right? Oh, super fast wound healing. Do I need that by itself? Excuse me, I have ADHD. Let me turn on my spreadsheets. We got about 10 minutes left or so before I will be calling it. All right. I feel like I already have fast wound healing. Yes, I already have fast wound healing as its own pack. It's not in a combo, so I don't need that. Fair enough. We'll bank it for now, just so that it doesn't go bad. But it's not one that we need to worry about. You still haven't hauled those things I told you. I keep pausing and talking, that's why. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. I got nobody to blame but me. Alright. We'll bank that. Let me make sure I get the spreadsheet out of the way here. Alright. Okay, next, let's get... Who was it who just popped up in the messages saying, oh, look, they can walk again. Let's fix that. Sezliov. Alright, Sezliov, let's get some genes out of you, buddy. Sezliov, in you go. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna wake you up. Sorry, bud. Oh, can't do hauling because you're a maker. My bad. Carrie, you can. Boop. And then capture this person again. Thank you. Alright. That is looking very nice. But the neat thing I find with the Marks mod is that it updates as they do. So you can see here, like, Romanda's pawn is 15 shooting, 15 construction, 20 mining, and 15 crafting. So there's 4 icons there. Like, oh, look, a little psychic soothe for us. What map is it on? At least it's not on the insect map. Oh yeah, refuel from cargo. I guess I didn't fully refuel now. You know what? Let's go ahead and visit the purples here. I have gotten a surprising number of animal pairs from different traders. Like, the tribal traders coming in, the shaman traders, or the war merchants have actually had some really good finds for us early on. And that's been really nice. Okay, ooh, see? Ducks and hens. Don't need them, but I like them. Alright, more advanced components, please. We can get some dye. I think we're running a little low. Archive capsule, yes. Worth it. Flash storm, sure. I don't think we have that one. Ooh, detox kidney, thank you. Archite leg, ooh. This was a very good decision to go here. Yoink. We'll sell these. We have a bunch of, like, random stuff in here to sell. We also have some tainted I need to drop off. I keep forgetting. That all looks good. Okay. Anything else? I think we might just be at sell off a buttload of corsets stage. Sell those ones off. We still have all that amount of sandwich meat leather. Yeah, I think we might be at that point. Alright, and we'll go by 10s, or 100s this time. Oh, that looks good. No vegetables, sadly. Refuel from cargo, there we go. Okay, back to this crew. How you doing, Barrymore? Sorry, bud. Well, we got your aesthetic nose and shaper in. Good job. Do we have a leg yet? We do not. Okay. It's a bionic arm, but I don't remember who needs that right off. That's something I can check between streams. Okay, we got about 6 minutes-ish. This could be dicey, but we'll see. We might be leaving ourselves some spiciness for tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. It'll be Monday, actually, would be when we'd come back for this. Okay, that's all looking good though. Thank you for the autosave game. Hold on, where is Glitch? You're still training that crow, because Are you stuck in psychic training crow? I've found there's this one issue where sometimes they're trying to train an animal that's like really far away, and they get stuck. Like, sorry, bud, I'm gonna interrupt you there, okay? We're gonna get you to haul this, thank you, and then haul these, thank you. Need to get those out of the way so the animals don't get into them. Alright, let's just go on up this way. Ah, its destination is invalid. It's too mountain. Too mountain. Fair enough. One of the places we need to go is like in here, I think. Tropical Swamp. Yeah, we only have like a couple of little places of Tropical Swamp. So we eventually want to get our grav ship down into here. One problem, we added the Odyssey on partway through an existing save. So some of the biomes that we need that include some of the specialty animals, we don't actually have access to, which is annoying. So I'm kind of at the point where it's like I want to try to get as much as possible based on the map as is. I have figured out a possible way to re-roll my world generation so that I can get access to the new biomes, but it'll basically like re-roll the biomes that exist. So where? Oh no! A roof has collapsed because it was too far away from support. It has crushed a bunch of their own stuff. Oh, good job. Good job, insects. Have fun. I'm gonna have a rough time when I finally need to drop stuff off at this map. Where'd these components come from? Weird. Okay, fair enough. Let's hit up this purple since that last purple was good, and then we are going to call it. Alright. Boop-a-doop-boop-a-doo-doo. No advanced components, no vegetables. Which is unfortunate. I think probably what it was is maybe there was one of those explosive charges and it got crunched. And that's where the components came from. It's a possibility. I don't need a bionic ear. Okay, looks like we've been to this one recently. Yeah, there's literally some of our corsets. Fair enough. Refuel, a boop. Okay, I think that might be a good spot for us to call it. So, at the end of every stream, we take screenshots of what the colony looks like, so that I can make a time lapse eventually of how this is growing. So, we are going to get a screenshot here. So this is going to be end of day 83. And that's B, because that's the grav ship. And then we'll switch on over here. Zoom on way out. I had to get a mod to zoom out because my thing is so big. That looks good. And then we'll take another screenshot. We'll call that one end of day 83A. Because that is the primary colony. There we go. And then, of course, we have to save the game. And go on to our main menu. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and put a pause on any incoming raids because we are finishing up. So I don't want any folks to feel bad by popping in right at the end, right before we leave. There we go. So that is all sorted. Thank you to everyone who popped in. Thank you to our raiders. Thank you to the folks who gifted subs and bits. It was a huge appreciation. But also thank you to our lurkers. Twitch may not appreciate you very much, but you make Twitch go round, and we appreciate you here. So thank you very much again. I will be live back with more spooky stuff. As far as I'm aware, we still have our Frightened Friends Fridays, which is going to be at 10:30 p.m. for context. That's Eastern time. I usually start my RimWorld ones at 1 p.m. But if you're interested in my schedule, the best spot to check it out is either here on Steam. Nice, I wish. On Twitch, there we go. Or on my Discord, which I just linked in the chat. If you're watching the VOD back on YouTube, it'll also be in the description. If you look at my schedule on either Twitch or on Discord, it will actually show you when I'm supposed to go live based on your own time zone, instead of you trying to translate from Eastern. So the next time I will be live with RimWorld will be next Monday. We'll be back to our Monday and Wednesday regular RimWorld stuff. But yes, we'll have our Frightened Fridays for spooky games. I don't know if we're going to be doing Phasmo or the other side. I think the crew is mostly leaning the other side. But I will see and let everybody know, primarily on the Discord first, how we're doing on that. So that's the preamble. That's where you can find me. That's when I'll be live next. Take care of your meat suits. I hope your spoons are plentiful and you have a great rest of your day and or night, whichever your time zone is. And now I'm gonna find you someone to raid to. Boop. Alright, I'm actually gonna switch us to our fancy Nancy new just chatting screen while I find us someone to raid. Alright, let's see who we got. I'll take you to the same category. And who we following? Ooh, Allison's playing some RimWorld. I don't usually get to raid Allison. Yes. We shall raid the frog. Ooh, we can let them know that we got bullfrogs in our last set of pairs. Yes. Done. Okay. Raid is set up. If you are interested, here are our raid messages. The one at the bottom you can copy to our followers. It uses global emotes and such, but if you got one of our gift subs, you can use our fancier ones. But I will see you all next time and leave you with some music while the raid cooks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.